Hello everyone. We will start with the training sessions of Workday Learning module. So starting with the course agenda is we will have a look at what is Workday Learning and we'll have an introduction of it. And as it is a Workday module, there are some delivered functionality in this module. So we will have a look at that as well. And then we will also look into the components, the learner experience and assets in Workday LMS or Workday Learning module. We have some Workday Learning touch points wherein we will see how it interacts with the different system within the Workday. And then we will also navigate to the Workday Learning in the system and show how you can view your courses, your enrollments and everything. So coming to the introduction of Workday Learning. So Workday Learning, it is a cloud-based LMS LXP system which is fully seamlessly integrated with Workday HCM. So when you have a Workday HCM in place, which is mainly on the Workday Human Capital Management, the Workday LMS is also integrated with the Workday HCM. Like it can be that, some clients, they opt for Workday Learning or they can have some learning on some third-party server as well. So it serves as a unified platform for normally the employee trainings that you want to develop the employee skills and also for compliance management. So in this Workday Learning module, by combining the professional growth, peer-driven learning and required training, it helps the organization mainly to align the workforce development with business objectives and also to enhance the workforce agility. So basically to get some kind of to move to a new role or to get a promotion or something like that, you need some learning to be completed or some certification to be completed. So all those things can be tracked in the Workday Learning on what your company wants you to complete to move into the next role. So this is basically about the introduction of the Workday Learning, and we will also be looking more about this module as and when we go through this course. So when I say Workday Learning, so it is normally a single platform which is mainly used to create and manage and I can say track the learning throughout the employee life cycle. So employee life cycle means whenever an employee is hired into an organization, he becomes the part of that organization and all the record of the employees is maintained in the Workday HCM system. But in Workday Learning, we will have all the records of his courses attended, whatever campaigns are there, and all learning related details will be tracked into the learning module. So basically, it combines the learning throughout the employee life cycle, combining the LMS capabilities like some compliance certification, some required certification, and also with the LXP features like some social learning, some personalized recommendation as well. Like based on your profile, the system can suggest that you should complete this certification on whatever is your job profile and so on and so forth. So coming to the key capabilities of Workday Learning module, so we have a skills cloud integration. So normally when an employee joins an organization, they have their skills loaded in the system or they can add some skills or whatever they have. Like if you are into the Workday HCM, technical or functional, you can add your skills as Workday technical and functional from your career profile, from the career tab in the worker profile. So what is Skills Cloud integration? So it is basically it leverages the AI to analyze employee data and also to identify skill gaps and providing tailored course recommendation that supports the employee and if the employee is ready for that or not. So based on employee data, if someone has joined as a fresher, it will not say you to do some advanced kind of training. It will obviously tell you, recommend you based on your whatever skills are there to start off with the Workday basic training or Workday core concepts training. So now I'm normally talking about Workday training and all because it will help us to understand. And if also from some different, if you have something from a marketing profile and you're a senior manager or 10 plus years of experience, so it will recommend you the courses based on what is suited for your profile based on your experience and skills. So then there is peer learning. So what is peer learning? It normally enables the employees to create or share videos, guides, quiz, and also fostering a culture of collaboration and continuous knowledge exchange. So it will help, to whatever you are learning, you can share all those details, some materials, so that your peer who is working with you, they can get benefit from that. And also it will also help for both the parties. And based on that, it can be also tracked what you have completed and what your peer has suggested to you. Now, coming to the third point of key capabilities of compliance management. So, when I say compliance management, it normally streamlines the compliance by automatically tracking employee certifications and mandatory regulatory training, ensuring timely renewals and adherence to requirement. Now we all have some courses that needs to be completed within 1 year, or every year you have to do those kind of cybersecurity courses that you need to do. So what Workday Learning does is that it helps the employee as well as your company, the employer, to track which all employees have completed that certification and the employees that have not completed the certification. So it also helps them to track the learning requirements that are required from a company perspective as well. So the learning module, it helps in a overall compliance management in this way. Now coming to the Workday delivered functionality, as we mean by delivered functionality is there are some features into the Workday system or some functionalities into the Workday system that if you opt for learning module, you will get all those delivered by Workday. So coming to the first Workday functionality or feature is the learning campaigns. So, what is learning campaign? It normally delivers a training automatically based on employee roles, life cycle, events such as it can be a promotion, it can be a compliance obligation, and it ensures that the right learning reaches the right people at the right time. So, for example, if you have some learning campaign which you need to complete within 3 months of joining the company, so the learning campaigns will help to do that. For example, we have a cybersecurity training during onboarding. So if there is a requirement that when you are joining a company during the onboarding phase, like suppose the first 15 days or so, you have to complete the cybersecurity training. So this can be done by the learning campaigns feature or functionality. So it will help the employers to know how you have completed your whether you have completed your cybersecurity training or not. Now coming to the second feature is content authoring. So when I say content authoring, it enables the course creation using some SCORM modules, and there can be videos, quizzes, and documents. So when I say SCORM, so SCORM, it normally you must have, if you are hearing it for the first time, it normally stands for a shareable content object reference model. So it is a set of, it will have a set of technical standards of e-learning and e-learning software that ensures, that your videos, quizzes, or modules that are compatible across different learning management system. So basically, when you have your learning content, I will say it is in the form of SCORM. It ensures that all the learning content, whatever you have, your videos or some PDFs or some assessment, that is compatible across the LMS system. Now, for example, uploading peer-created software tutorials with interactive quizzes is an example of content authoring, wherein suppose you have done some knowledge-based kind of thing while preparing for your training, you have created some questions, you have created some answers based on whatever you have gone through it, so that you can also upload in the system. Third feature is real-time analytics. So analytics is very important, especially in the HCM system, because it helps us to track different things. So it will normally in the real-time analytics, we can get dashboards to monitor the completion rates, the learner engagement, and also the compliance, like how many employees have completed and so on and so forth, the percentage of employees completed based on job profile, based on location, or based on whether they are new hire or not. So all these things will give the management a clear picture, and also to the learning team to ensure that who all are meeting the compliance and or not, so that they can send the reminders to the employee, because every time it is not possible for some employees to complete the learning at a given time. So they can send the reminders based on this analytics on whoever has not completed a particular course. So they can get some audit reports ready for, suppose for example, OSHA training, they can get some audit reports ready, and they can follow up with the employees to complete their trainings if they have not done so. Coming to the mobile optimization, so it normally helps us to assess the courses offline, the features that are present, including the course closed captions and progress syncing. It will normally, you'll have some offline access with all those features like the closed campaigns and automatic progress synchronization. So suppose for example of this is that there are some employees who are working on field all the time. They are into some oil sector or they are into some marketing sector, who are not at their desk to complete a particular course. So they can have the access to the mobile app, wherein they can view all the trainings or all the courses that are assigned to them, and they can complete it in the given duration of time. So these are four delivered functionality that we have, the features that we have. It is very important, and you can learn more about this as and when we go ahead in the course. So there are some unique features. So something called as journey based learning, and we have something as social learning. So when I say it is a journey based learning, so based on your journey in the company, you have joined a company, you have completed 1 year, then it will show you, it will recommend you some courses that you need to complete after a year. If you are approaching a promotion, after promotion you're promoted to a particular level, it will, the content that needs to be completed automatically surfaces to you to complete this particular learning. You are getting promoted as a manager, you need to complete some courses of team management or so. So all those things are called as journey based learning, which will normally, the learning content will come to you as and when you progress in the organization, as and when how much time you spend in the organization, it will come to you to complete it based on the various career milestones that you have. Now, the other part of the unique feature is the social learning. So, in which the employee can rate and review the courses, and they can put some comment which are visible to your counterpart, so that they can know whether if a particular topic is not properly covered in a particular learning content, there are some clarities required, there are some examples that are not given in the learning content. Based on the comments, so the learning content can be improved going forward, and which will be helpful for the team, for the entire organization. Now we have some components: learner experience and assets. So coming to the core components of Workday Learning module, we have a learning home, we have a content library, we have a learning catalog. Coming to the learning home, it has a personalized dashboard with what all are the required learning that you need to complete, and what content is trending. Everyone is doing that particular. Suppose there is an AI course, something has come up and it is trending a lot. We all know we need to we need to learn something more on the AI to use it into the Workday system, or in any other way we can use the AI. So if it's a trending topic, in the learning home you can see whether you need to do that particular content or not, the particular learning you need to complete or not. The required learning means you need to mandatorily complete those learning because it is required for your next step, for your next progression, or your next promotion you need to complete. And there will be also some highlights, of some type of learning which are recommended to you, and you need to complete those as well. So you can have all these things in a personalized dashboard. Now coming to the content library. The content library is nothing but it hosts all the SCORM modules. As I said, it will have all your quiz, PDF, and videos, and also the materials that your counterparts or your peers have generated. So in the library, you can see all those details that are required to complete before you take up that course, or during the course, you can refer those particular quiz or the different modules that are present, so that your course is marked in the completion status. Now, the third part is the learning catalog. So, learning catalog, what it does is it is a searchable database with various filters that are there for skills, roles, or content type. Learning catalog will display the list of all the learning content that is present in your tenant or in a company. But you do not need to complete all those learning. You can have an option to filter those learning. Based on what? Based on whatever skills you have, you can filter those learning content, or based on your role, like you are in the intermediate level in your career, like 5 to 8 years of experience, what learning content you need to complete. So all those things you can get in your skills, roles, and various content type. If you want to do some technical training or technical learning, you can have that. If you want to do some behavioral based learning, you can have that based on the filter. If you are in a leadership role and you want to do some leadership to team management kind of learning materials that you need to look out for, you can search all those details as well. So all those details are present in the learning catalog. Now, next coming to the topic is the learner experience. So how, as a learner, if I am a learner, I'm an employee and I want to complete some learning courses that are assigned to me, or I can select some learning courses, customize some learning courses. So what is my experience in that? So there is something as personalization. So wherein I can personalize what all, or I can customize what all learning content I need to explore based on my interest, my skills, or my career goals. Just like in Netflix, we have a recommendation based on what videos we have watched, and it will recommend us a kind of similar kind of, whether it is a thriller or whether it is some comedy or whether it is a rom-com, anything kind of stuff, it will suggest us. And we can have those personalized based on our interest that we are having on a particular topic, or based on our skills, or based on our job profile that we need to do, or based on the future. I want to have this career goal to become a manager in the next 2 years, and I want to do some learning based on those managerial skills to improve my managerial skills, to know team management, to how to manage the people. So I can have those recommendations based on my career goals. Gamification. So what is gamification? It's normally you will do some courses, you will complete that, you will get some badge, you will get some certificates based on how when you complete the course. Badges can be, suppose for example, if you have just started using the Workday learning system and you have completed two or three certification courses, it will have some badge assigned to you. Suppose for example, it is a beginner badge. If you complete 5 to 6, you can have a badge of intermediate, and completing more than 6, for example. These all are hypothetical numbers that I am saying so that you understand what is the meaning of badge in this case. If you have completed more than 6 courses or 6 content, you can get an expert badge based on whatever is recommended on your profile. So you can have a personalized recommendation, you can have the various certifications or badges, and then how you can assess. So you can assess the video transcripts, you can assess via closed captions, and there is a screen reader compatibility which will fit to your screen, and you can get a detailed, good experience of how everything is managed into the learning module. So basically, the learner experience will be very good, and it is very user friendly, and it will help the learners to understand the things properly based on some video content or based on some examples. And when they, based on the recommendation, and they, when they complete the course, they will get certification, and they will have all those various options available to them to assess a particular video or PDF or quiz, and they can complete their course without any hassles. Now, what are the various supported assets? So when I say supported assets in Workday Learning, so that means your courses. So how can your courses be? What can be the form of your courses? It can be video, if it is a kind of video based learning. It can be PDF, which will have just the material or just the content. It can be in the form of PowerPoint slides as well. Now, if it is a videos that you have, if it's a video content, you can upload up to 20 GB of videos into the system. And if you are loading some videos or linking some videos from a different source, it can be done up to 20 GB. And PDF and PowerPoints also you can see based on whatever is the course type, whether it is just a document that you have or it is based on some interactive learning that you have. And it also can have an instructor-led training schedules and hybrid courses wherein you will have an instructor who will be, it will be a real-time kind of learning that you need to attend, wherein the instructor will be there. There will be a group of members who will be attending the learning sessions, and based on the course that you are taking, it can be of duration of 2 to 3 hours, or it can be the full day of 8 hours, and you will have to attend those based on whether the learning is a instructor-led training or whether it is some kind of videos or PDFs or PowerPoints that you are using. So these are the various supported assets that we have in the learning module, and how we can view whatever content we have into the system. Now, coming to the various Workday learning touch points, we have a integration point. For example, the use case is onboarding. So what it does, it automatically assigns role specific training, such as the new hires will get to know the company policies. You must have, whenever you join a company, you need to read the company policy and you need to acknowledge that whatever policies are there. And based on that, in the learning, it can be done automatically. It will assign you the specific training to complete if you have joined recently. And it can be, because it can be some cases they require us to complete before the onboarding, before your day of hire, or it can be done during the onboarding, depending upon what kind of course content that is. So the main thing here is to understand is that Workday Learning module has the capability to auto assign some role specific training. For example, the company policies, and the new hires, they need to complete the compliance module before their joining day. The next point is performance management. So normally what happens in the performance management is, so whenever you are doing some goal setting, you need to create your goal that you need to complete your project management certification or PMP certification in the next cycle. So you need to go to the learning module and you need to complete the course of performance management, and you can take up the course and you can complete it and you can get the certification. So based on that, it will recommend your courses aligned with the various goal setting activities like project management skills or what kind of team management thing that you are trying to do. It suggests the various targeted learning also for some aspirational roles like a kind of data analytics as well. So whenever you are trying for some career development or you are trying to move to a new role, in those cases, it will suggest you for some different kind of roles or different kind of courses that are required to move into your next role. For example, it can be data analytics for the aspirants. For example, they can also access the LinkedIn learning courses via Workday, and they can complete that and they can have a completion certificate that will be issued to them from LinkedIn, and they can have that stored in the Workday learning module, and they can have a discussion with the manager that they have completed this data analytics course from this vendor, and they can always have that option to showcase the manager and move to the new role in the next cycle. Now external tools. So Workday Learning, it integrates with the various it seamlessly integrates with various collaboration tools like Zoom, Slack, and Microsoft Teams for easy access. It provides a visual representation including various diagrams, and it will help us to join the virtual sessions via Zoom, and you don't need to leave the Workday system in this case. So there is the main thing to highlight over here is that there will be a good kind of integration that will be there, because learning is normally that is only into the workday. You need to have good integration with various learning systems or with the various external tools so that you can manage all the things to complete some video based learning or some just like for example going to LinkedIn and completing a course, because different courses will be provided by different vendors and it is not always possible to include all the courses in your Workday learning system. So the integration is very much is one of the most important thing in Workday learning. So in the touchpoint kits, like as we know that it provides the various visual representation like diagrams or heat maps, and it helps us to analyze and understand the various system interaction like with different modules in HCM and other modules that are present. So that is a point that we covered, that we need to have a good integration in place in Workday Learning. Yeah, it is not only in Workday Learning actually. Whenever you are using in any HCM system, it is you need to have a good integration in place so that the different systems can talk to each other and the data can be transferred from one system to another. And also, it helps us to lower the deployment risk by clearly establishing what is the ownership and the accountability of organizational data, because in the learning module you will have some data that is stored. It can be very specific to your organization and you don't want those data to be transferred anywhere else, and so it is very much important to reduce any kind of risk that are present so that your organizational data is not compromised in this case. Area, and I will search by the value as learning. So this is a cloud connect for learning, that is something into the integrations. This is an extended enterprise for learning. That is a different version of the advanced version of the learning. But right now we will focus on the learning core. So I will select the learning core and I will click on filter. So what is learning core? So learning core is basically the solution of Workday learning. It is based on the learning core. If you have worked on Workday compensation, you will have a functional area as core compensation. It is similar to that. If you want to have a description of that, you can see that in this learning core functional area, what all things that we can do. We can set up the learning catalog. We can create the lessons, programs. We can upload the media content. We can configure the topic. We can configure the course-based security segments to control who will have access to what. And also we can have the integrations configured to the third-party systems. Okay, so these are the various other things that we can configure in the learning core function area. We can also create the external learning instruction. So whenever you are creating a new implementation, you need to make sure that all these things are there. You need to select the functional area. You need to see the description, what all things are there, if it is related to your project or not. And most importantly, the enable checkbox should be marked. If the enabled is not marked, then we will not have access, or our security policies will not be active, or it will say that functional area is not enabled. So in this functional area of learning core, we can see there are some domains. So what are domains? Domains are mainly where the data is stored. Okay, it can be what data? When I say data, what all data? Data related to the audience, the campaigns, the distributions, the access, and all the other connecting the audience, learning roles, and all those things are the different domains that are present in the Workday Learning module. So when you do the configuration, you will understand what all are the different domains that are used in this place. Similarly, we will have a business process. Business process is nothing but the workflow of how a learning course is approved when you create it, or how then a learner can drop a learning course, and so on and so forth. So you see what all business process that are present, like you can cancel a offering, you can drop a learning enrollment, you can manage a course, you can edit a program, and there are many such business processes that are linked to this particular functional area. So whenever, and or it does not mean that if you're enabling this learning core functional area, you will have access to all this business process, but you need to create the business process whenever you are starting the new system implementation, because there needs to be a default definition of every business process. So make sure you navigate to the maintain functional area and you see that this box is enabled. So right now we have verified all the detail. We have seen the where the functional area is enabled. And so right now we are good with maintaining all the functional area, and we can click on OK. So this is one of the starting points on how do we set up the security in the learning. Now you might be aware that there are some administrator roles that are required. Like if it is an HR HCM system, we will have an HR administrator. If it is a benefit system, we will have a benefits administrator in the system. Similarly, in learning module also, we need to have a learning administrator into the system who can create the course, who can create the content and offering and everything. So in session, we will see how we can create a learning administrator security group. So the task to create a security group is create security group. I have this task coming up over here. Then I will need to select type of tenanted security group. Type of tenanted security group means what type of security group that we want to create. There are many such different types of security group present over here, which is mainly covered into the security module. But for the time being, whenever try to understand that whenever we are creating an administrator kind of a role or an administrator kind of a group, we need to do it as a user-based security group, because administrator will have entire access of the system, and it needs to be assigned to a different user. Like there can be 2 or 3 administrator in the system. So we need to assign the administrator group manually to those employee who are the admins. It is different from the role-based security group, wherein the security group will inherit based on whatever roles they are having. So I will click on user-based security group and I will give a name. So what will be my name over here? It will be learning administrator. So this is my security group I'm creating. It is user based. It will have entire access to the entire thing in the tenant based on whatever access we are providing. Now, first we'll create the security group. Then we will see what all things we need to give access to this particular security group. And when the context type we are selecting as user based, it will be always unconstrained. That means they are always, they will have the entire access to the system irrespective of the locations, irrespective of job profiles or anything. So I will just create the security group over here. Here you can just select as security admin. Okay, I will select a security admin who will be assigning the security group to the particular user. So in this way, we can create a learning administrator security group. But what does the security group have access to? We have many such domains in learning core wherein we need to give this particular learning admin the access. So what are those different domains? Now coming to the lab activity document that we have over here, we can set up the learning admin. You can see this is the setting up of security for learning. And normally we will have what all things, we will have the security to manage the learning content, learning enrollments and everything. So we can also create or edit the security group. So In the functional area task, we see that what all are the different type of domains are there. So these are the different domains that we have, that we need to make sure that we have set up this access. Okay. So we will see what all domains are there and how we can set this up. So we have a task as view domain. You can have the domain over here. You can have it. You can, if you know the domain name, you can just type it over here like this. Or else we have, if you want the domain to be displayed based on the functional area, we have a task that is known as domain security policies for functional area. Oh, my bad. Okay, domain security policies for functional area. I click on this task, it asks me the functional area. So what is my functional area? We have seen, we have enabled a functional area, that is learning core. I will just type learning and see whether it is coming or not. Yeah, we have this learning core functional area over here. So first we need to enable the functional area, then we need to select the learning core, and we will see what all domains are linked to this particular functional area. You see over here, if you see in the left hand side, I will just scroll, just maximize it a bit. You see there are this many domains are there that will that we need to give the learning admin access to. Okay, so all these are the different domains that we have. In some domains, we will have the learning admin the access. In some domains, we will have the learning partner the access. It depends upon what you're trying to do, what is your objective of your project, and it is decided based on which all employees or which all roles you will be giving access to. But for our learning and starting point of this course, we will follow the lab activity and we will see what are the different domain security policies that we need to do. So you see, we have to set up the learning and all these things are there. Okay, we need to do the setup of mainly self-service learning, setup learning and learning catalog. So if you see over here, we have something as setup learning. So I see I will edit the permissions over here. So what is the setup learning? What does this domain do? It provide access for administrators to configure system-wide settings for learning. Okay, so you need to set up the system and see you have the implementer security group is assigned over here. If you're a part of a implementation team, you will have this group assigned to you, or else right now we will have created a security group as learning admin. We will add it over here. And what will learning admin will have? They will have the view and modify access of what of all the system wide settings for learning. So whatever setup you're trying to do for learning, we as a learning administrator will have the access to it. So I will click on OK. So adding the access to this particular domain will not automatically give access to the employees of that particular security group. We need to activate the security groups also. You see the changes have been saved but are not yet in effect. We have to activate the security groups. We have to activate the security policies. But we will not do that right now. We will see what other domains are there in which we can add the learning admin, and after that we will activate it so that whatever changes we have done will get activated all together. So right now I have given the access to setup learning. I will give access to setup learning catalog. I will verify my lab activity whether we have learning catalog. Yeah, we have it. We have set up sale item, view sale item. So we will do that. So I have this setup learning catalog and I do not see the edit permission. So I will move to the setup sale item right now. And let me see whether we have that access. We have the access to edit permission over here. So we will set up the learning catalog over here, or the sale item. Learning catalog, we can see it later. If we are creating a learning catalog and we are not able to assign, then we can check that. But right now I will just add the learning admin over here. I'm giving the learning administrator both the view and modify access. So when I give access to the view sale item or the edit sale item, setup sale item, I will automatically have access to my view sale item as well. There is a separate domain if you want to give access to the view sale item for a particular security group, then you can do that as well. Okay, so now you see over here we have edit permission for the view sale item, and I can add my learning admin over here as well. Yep, it's added. So I'll click on OK. I will once again route to my lab activity and see Okay, there's a personal data learning, there is learning enrollment, and I will see what are the other domains that I can give access to. So, person data learning is nothing but if you want to view an employee's learning details, not as yourself. Self service learning is based on what an employee will see as self, whereas person data learning, it is what an administrator will see for a different user or for a different employee. So we have this over here. So we have this all employees also. So right now we will not enable this. And we have mainly done the setup for learning. So that is fine. And we can see let me see. So if you see the domain security policy of this person data learning is not enabled. So I will just enable it and then I will add all the security thing. So whenever you are starting off with a fresh tenant, you will not see that everything is enabled. You have to spend a lot of time in the security changes so that you see all your domain security policies are enabled or not. And then you can create your security group if it is not existing and add it to the different domains that you want. I will once again go to the domain security policies for functional area. I will click on learning. I will go to learning core and I will see, I saw that there was a sale item, sorry, there was a learning catalog which was not enabled. So I will set up the learning catalog as well. I will go to click on the three dots of this domain security policy. It comes here, there is an option of enable, which means the security policy is not enabled. I need to enable it. So I will click on this enable. There's a checkbox to confirm. I will click on confirm and I will click on OK. So I made some changes. I created a security group of learning administrator. I gave it access to some domains. In some domains, the security policies were not set up. So I have enabled that security policy. So there are some changes that I have done. So I need to make sure that whatever changes I have done is reflecting in the system. So for that, what we need to do? We need to activate the security policies. So type over here in the search bar, activate pending security policy changes. You see the task comes up over here. Click on that. It says that enter a command. What will you need to do and confirm? The changes to take effect. I will just put Salon Tech learning module so that I am aware or some other user is aware what we have done the changes. So once I click on OK, it shows me, see, based on my security that I have, it shows me what all the changes I have made. It shows the time as well, the date and time. So I will select the confirm. I will click on OK. So now my security changes are configured. So now I have the security group. What is the security group I have? It is learning admin. I click on OK. I see this group is having view and modify access to sale item. Then we have the sale item and then we have the setup of learning. Okay. And we have activated some domain security policies as well. But right now, this learning administrator is not assigned to anyone. So there is there is no admin. We have a group, but there is no one assigned to take care of all the learning administrative related activities. So what I will go for this user, I can go to the view profile and I can go to the actions and I can go to the security over here, security profile. I can go to the assign user based groups. I can add a group as learning admin. Okay. So the learning administrator for this particular tenant is Heather Jennings, who can make all the setup related to learning. Please note that we have only set up the security for the learning core module or the learning core functional area. We will need to make some security changes for the other domains as well. So I will click on the domain security policies. I will go to the learning core, click on OK. So I will scroll down. There was something as person data learning, which I had activated. We have this person data learning. We have now this edit permission. So I will click on edit permissions. This give me all the details over here. I will add it as learning admin. Coming back to my lab activity, let me see. Okay, I have some reports of learning enrollment as well. So I need to assign the report learning enrollment to that security group. So I scroll down, I see, I will just maximize it. We have some reports over here, reporting over here. We have all the detail of learning, reports of learning records. Some names might have changed based on that. We have the learning campaign records. We have the campaigns, we have learning pricing, we have person data learning. We have something as learning record over here. So what I can do, I see that this is also not enabled, the policy is suspended. So I will click on the three dots over here. I will go to the domain security policy. I will enable it. Now, what do I need to do? I need to activate the pending security policy changes. I will copy the same command that was used earlier so that it is related to the same thing because we are doing the scoping. So my the security policy is now enabled. So I will go to my home page over here and I see that some of the domains I have added and some of the details we have added over here. So if I can find the learning or not, we see that when I click on learning over here, there are some learning course completion status, learning by locations, and enrollment status. Okay, some details are coming based on some learning. So we can add all these things in the menu as well. So when I click on the menu and I see the more over here, I see there is some learning enrollment status. I click on that. Okay. So this is a workload that is configured, but right now it is not having any data. So in this way, once you are assigned a learning admin role and some domain securities are activated, you can add it to the worklet and view the data that is present over here. So I will go back to my home page and I will proceed with configuring the security of my learning module. So the function area are enabled, the domain security panel policies are also enabled that we have over here. We see that there are some other courses as well, like the domain is managed learning course enrollment security policy for if you want an employee to take on the enrollment task and all of the details, so you need to have in these domains as well. So we will have multiple domains where we need to give access to, so we can add them one by one by seeing on what all domains are there. So in the lab activity also, go through the lab activity and you can see that all the domain details are mentioned one by one. Okay. So it is for the administrative task, we can all use the learning admin right now, although it is mentioned that the users are not learning administrator, but right now we will not go much deep into the security because our motive is to understand the learning module and we will right now just use the security group that we have created and we will add it to all the domains that we have in the learning module. So then what we have some configuring in the function area. We can see what is a learning validation report when we do the configuration, how it works and what all things are there. And we also have some business process to be configured like enroll in course, manage in course, drop and learning enrollment, manage the course offering, managing a lesson, managing a program, mass enrollment, courses, programs, standalone lessons, enrollment. So these are the different business process security that are present, but we will see on the business process security when we start creating the business process. So you see the business process are there and it is a part of the learning core functional area. And we need to make those changes to the business process tab and then we can need to activate those. So right now what we will do, we will just have added to the domains and there are some other domains as well that we will verify and we will add the learning admin security group to those domains. So I will move to the task, domain security policies. It is a learning core again. I will pick up some important domain which I feel right now I need to give the security. I will add it over here. So one is the manage learning course enrollment. This is policy is also not enabled. So we will just enable all the policy and add the security groups. So let's see which all domains I am taking into account right now. So I will move to the next domain. In the similar fashion, I will click on learning core and I will click on OK. Managing mass enrollment. Yeah. Managing mass enrollment also it is not enabled. I will enable it. I will open it in a new tab so that I don't need to and do it again and again. So moving to the next, self-service learning is normally it is based on an employee's own details. So I will click on that and I will activate it. Okay, we have something as learning catalog. I will add the learning admin over here as well. I'm giving the view and modify access to the learning admin. I think that's it from the domain security policies. We are good. I will just activate the domain security policies and I will add the security group in the remaining domains that I have activated the policies. So this is on the domain security policies. Now, if you want to see what all business process are there, the task that we have is business process security policies. Yeah. So functionally it is what? Learning core. Similar to that, we have in domain, it asks for the business process. I will keep it as blank so that it gives me the list of all the business process related to the learning core module. We have so many business process that are present over here. You can see from the left panel, it shows you what all are the business process that are present in the learning core. But we'll just pick up some important business process that we are going to learn based on the lab activity. So I will pick up the names of the this thing, enroll and manage in a course. Okay, and I will add the learning admin as over there, and I will add the manager as well. Because whenever you are enrolling in a course, it needs to be also go to your manager to review it and approve it. You just cannot enroll it as and when you like. So I will be using the manager security group, which is already existing in the system, and I will also use the learning admin security group to add it over there. So it's saying to add it in the drop learning enrollment. I have the drop learning enrollment. I can go to the edit permissions. Okay, I will just add it in the initiating step as well. So who can drop and learning enrollment? I can put it as employee self. You can drop it. Manager can drop it on behalf of you, or a learning admin, the most important role played by a learning administrator. They need to be present in all the security groups. Okay, so we see I have initiated that. There is view all, there is approve. Approve needs to be done by manager, or I will also add the learning admin. If a manager is on leave or something like that, you want to change it to reassign to the learning admin, then you can do that. So this is the first business process that we have taken is dropping the learning enrollment. So the next what we have is enroll in a course. Let me just zoom it. So I have over here enroll in a content. It is a learning content that we have. We have the edit permission. So when they say that enable learner, it is employee self. So I will add it employee self right now, because if you are dropping your learning content or if you're enrolling, you can do that, or else it need to be approved by manager. The manager also can do that, but right now I'm just adding the manager and learning admin in the approval steps. I need to activate all the changes that I am doing over here right now, or else the changes will not be in effect. Okay, moving to the next business process, it is manage course. So if you see there is, I have a managed course. There's a managed course offering. We see there is a schedule course. So manage course, I will come here. I will go to the edit permissions of manage course. Who can create a course? So this is more important. This is not something that an employee will do. This is something that a learning admin will do. They will create a course. They will edit a course based on whatever content they want to put it over there. So here I'm not adding any employee self or thing. I'm just adding the learning administrator. Approve. I will again add it as manager right now, so that they are aware of what all security group that needs to be present. So we have this managers manager. I will add the managers manager to review what all learning or what all courses are being created. Then we have something in the lab activity as managed course. Then we have managed course offering. Then when I go to the next business process, it is on the course offering. So I will select that. So I have this managed course offering over here. I can come to the edit permission over here, and I see some initiating actions are there. Schedule course offering. Again, it will come as learning admin to schedule the offering to the employee. That's set. Approve. I will add it as manager again to approve. So we need to have unconstrained in all this groups. So it is coming always as manager unconstrained or manager's manager while approving it, because these are mainly a kind of setups that are required in the system. It is not dependent on an employee level. It is something that will be applicable at the tenant level for creating a course or managing a course offering. Similarly, manage lesson, manage program. I will come again to the manage lesson. So creating a lesson is there. So creating a lesson, I will put it as learning admin itself so that we can make the changes as and when we like. And I will put it in the edit lesson as well. And then when it comes to approve, I will again do it is managers managers. We have the manager over here, so we can select manager. If there is no manager security group coming up, we can add it as a top level manager or a manager's manager. So someone in the management chain need to approve what all things you are doing. Someone, for example, so suppose there is a learning head in the company who is managing all the employees, all the learning courses and everything. They need to approve all the courses or all the contents and like that. But in cases from the real time experience, I have seen that if a company is there will be different departments, and learning contents and courses will be different for all the department. So managing all those things for a single person is very difficult and very administrative task. And that learning head will not be able to, know what is more relevant to your profile and what learning content is required and what all information is required. So normally we have this manager to do these approvals and all these setups created by learning admins. So coming to the next one, we have a managed program. So I will right now just select the managed program and similarly creating a program. So it is what? It is a setup related task in learning and creation and edit. I will put it learning admin only. And when it comes to approval, I will put it manager. We have the manager's manager, so that's fine. Next is mass enroll. So mass enroll is what? Mass enroll is enrolling 100 employees in a particular course. That is called as mass enrollment. Who can do that? That can be done by the learning admin. Enrolls managers direct reports when they click enroll my team on learning content. So I can also select the manager over here. If manager is nominating all the direct reports for learning content, they can also do that. And admin are necessary in all the business process steps. So to be on a safer side, just mark learning admin as well. Approve, you can put it as manager approve. But normally when a manager is nominating you for learning content, there is no requirement of any approval because initiator of the business process does not require to approve the business process. Coming to the next security policy, the next business process security policy, this verifying if anything we have missed. I think that's fine. We can just activate the pending security policy changes. So with this, we have this lab activity module 1 exercise 2. This is completed. We have done the setups for the security, created security group, and we have also done the business process and domain security policies over here. So this was the setup on the learning, the basic setups of the domain and the business process that we need to do. So the lab activity is completed for this module 1 exercise 2. We have moved to the exercise 2 because in exercise 1, if you see, we have the first step as security for learning, and that is what we have done. That is present in the exercise 2 document. Now there are this thing of what all the other setup that we need to do. There are managing topics, there are drop event and all, but what we will do is we will go through the foundations, or we will go through the theoretical things of that, what is meant by a lesson and all. Then we can go through all this lab activity because that will be helpful in our understanding. So moving to the slides where we had left. So on the first slide, the last slide is something that we did not cover, and it is mainly on what? It is mainly on the access that you need to log in and you need to click on learning under applications, and you can see the learning home and discover what all courses are assigned to you. Based on there, you can do the enrollment, you can track the progress. So this is a step-by-step guide, or you can say that this is the workflow of learning of how you can see what all courses are recommended for you, what all courses you need to enroll. And after you have completed a particular course, you can track the progress, you can see the history. So this is mainly on the Workday Learning navigation part. Yeah, so we have completed the topic 1 of Workday Learning, and then we will move to the topic 2. Hello everyone, welcome to the topic 2 of Workday Learning, and we will learn about how to configure the various functionalities in the Workday Learning module. So the agenda for topic is identify different Workday Learning application icons, configure the learning dashboards, create the learning assets. So what we have is we will have the first the learning app, and Workday will have different standardized system icons to maintain the consistency and the usability of the thing. So key icons of the learning modules, we will have a learning app, we will have a content types, we will have the navigation, and we can have the enrollment, and we can do the progress tracking of how much we have completed in a particular learning module. The next part is identifying Workday learning application icons, the core learning icons. So the learning app will be mainly of a kind of, or suppose a graduation cap kind of a thing or a book kind of a thing. And the main purpose of this learning app is to access the learning module from the Workday homepage. So it is just like a shortcut that we have in our desktop to navigate to a particular file or a folder. So this will add as a shortcut, and it will show us all the learning related details from our Workday homepage. The next icon category is content types, which is mainly of a video. It can be a document, a PDF, a Word, or a quiz. And the purpose of this content type is to differentiate between the course format, whether it is a video format or whether it is a PDF format. Then what we have is the navigation, which is mainly the arrow button, the next back button, the home and search, and it will be helpful for us to navigate to the dashboards, courses, and the search content. Then obviously we have the progress tracking. Whenever we enroll into a course, we will see how much percentage of the course is getting completed. We can check the progress bar of that, and it will indicate whether our course is completed or not, and how many more topics are remaining, and what all needs to be completed. So next, coming to the design guidelines, we have some universal icons like using the standardized symbols of a magnifying glass for search or something. So it is common across all the modules in Workday, and we are aware of something we need to search, we need to type it in the search bar. If we have an object, a course, and we want to see more details of that course, we need to click on the related actions, or we call as the three dots, and from there we can verify the details. Next is the bidirectionality, which will be a reverse arrow direction for right to left languages, to see if you want to move forward, or if you want to see if there is a different language present in that particular course, you can see that. And we will have a touch targets as well, which will ensure the icons have a 48 pixel touch area for mobile accessibility, so that you can whenever you're using mobile to access a particular course, you can just touch that and see what all details are there in the course, what is a document, whether we have a video, whether we have a PDF or not, and then you can access that course. Next is the key dashboards that we have. In the learning dashboards, we'll have the learning admin, we will have the my library, and it will be based on whatever you see in the details. It will have all the details of the learning admin needs to have, and all the details that will be present in the library to view the courses, what all start date, end date, or something related to the provider of the learning module that needs to be there, and all the courses related to it. So the key dashboard that we have are the learning dashboard, the learning admin, the my library, and the progress tracking, as I said. And the learners will be the audience for the learning dashboard, which will help them to know what is the required for you workload, what is recommended for them, which is mainly driven by AI, and what is the recently added content. So required for you is something that is mandatory for the employees to take that learning course, and recommended for you is something that is based on your job profile, based on your career progression that you are going to take in the next coming months. It is a AI driven thing which will recommend you what all courses that you need to complete. And there's also an option of recently added, which will show the list of the new courses that are added into the system. The next dashboard is on the learning admin, which will have the administrators the access to it. It will tell them to create and manage courses, the scheduling of offerings, and also to generate compliance report to see whether how many percentage of employees have completed a required training or not, and how many are pending. So they can follow up with them, and send them reminder emails or alerts or notifications for them to complete it. Then in the my learning, my library dashboard, the learners will be or the employees will be the main users of that My Library, wherein it will show them the personal learning paths. It will show them what are learning that they need to do, and what is the skills that, or what all things you can gain in a particular learning or not. And also you can, if you are going through a particular PDF or a video, you can bookmark that file, and whenever you can come back and again go through that, as it will be saved in your bookmark. So the progress tracking is the next dashboard, which will have the check mark or the progress bar, which will show that what is the completion status, whether you have started or not, whether it is in progress or not, or whether it is completed. If it is completed, what percentage of it is completed, or you have gone through the course but you haven't taken up that assessment. So all those details you can see from the progress tracking dashboard. Now we need to configure the Workday Learning dashboards, and the steps that we need to take to enhance the learner experience is to add the worklets, and we will have different security groups which will be responsible for this worklet. We can hide the inactive content that we do not require some of the groups to get access to, and we also have a mobile optimization feature which will help us to understand whether that particular course or content is watchable from the mobile or not. Our steps to enhance learner experience, as we discussed earlier, it is mainly adding the dashboards report, and the highlights will be to promote content via different role based. We will have the role based rules that will be present in the system, which will show them what all details are required to be completed, or what all interest that an employee is having, and based on that it will be displayed. And we also have a required for you will give what all are the various compliance courses that the new employees need to take, and they need to complete before a particular time. So we will have the security groups which will match the segment-based security groups to the learning access domain to restrict the content visibility, so that if something is course is required for the managers will only be able to access it, not the employees or the subordinates will have access to it. And if there is some inactive content that we do not want the employee or the learners to view, we can automatically exclude those courses which are already expired, or suppose there is some course which is outdated, the material is not up to date, or if something a recent update has come and it is not included into that particular learning content, then also we can hide those inactive content. And the next point is the mobile optimization, wherein we ensure that the dashboards whatever we have, they are correctly rendered on the mobile with the menus, the touch friendly icons, and so that the interface is easy to use and employees do not face any problem while accessing the learning content from their mobile. So the learning assets, what we have seen is the different types of learning assets we have. So learning assets means what all the materials that a learner or an employee will have to complete a particular course, and it can be in the form of videos, it can be in the form of documents, it can be have a peer content wherein your counterparts have gone through a particular material, they have created a quiz, or they have created some important points to remember which will be helpful for you while reviewing that particular course. And also there is something as the SCORM modules which we have read of that in the last session, of the shareable content, and these are the different assets type that we have in the Workday Learning. So coming to the videos can be of the format MP4, and there can be various quizzes and transcripts, and the size of that needs to be less than or equal to 20 GB. And mainly the use case of these videos, there are software tutorials that will have, there will be compliance training that needs to be completed during onboarding, or there is some cybersecurity course that needs to be completed. It needs to be a part of that, the videos that an employee or a learner will see the video and then they will complete the course. The asset type next is the documents format, which will be in the form of a PDF or a PPT or a Word document, and mainly something of a policy. When an employee joins the company, there will be a policy manual or a policy handbook that they need to refer, and there can be the slide exports as well, which is a form of a document that the employee needs to review and acknowledge that they have completed. SCORM modules are something that is we have in the Workday Learning on the shareable content part, and its version is 1.2 by 2004, and XAPI the format that supports, and it is a very much interactive e-learning courses that is present in the Workday Learning module. The next asset type is the peer content, wherein your counterpart or wherein your employees or colleagues, they have created your videos or guides based on whatever on they felt while accessing a particular course is correct, and which will be helpful to all the employees is being created and it is being shared. For example, there can be on how to use Workday, there can be a job aids that needs to be present, which will give you a step-by-step instruction on how to access a learning course, how to access a learning content and the campaigns, and what all the different assessments you need to complete in every section so that you are in up to date in whatever you are doing. Now there is a step-by-step asset creation. So when we say the asset creation, we have learned about what all assets are present. It can be a video, it can be a PDF, it can be a SCORM file, or it can be some user guides that are being created. So first thing is we need to create a lesson in the system, and based on that lesson, a course needs to be built, and the course is housed under the program, and then we will have a quiz which will determine the completion status of our learning content. So we will go to the navigate to the learning admin, we will create a lesson from the search bar, we will upload the files. It can be a PDF or it can be a video, and we can add a metadata like the title, language, and skills. We can also build a course like combining the lessons into a course using the create course task. And we can add some prerequisites over there that that the lesson 1 and lesson 2 needs to be completed before the lesson 3. The lesson 1 needs to be completed before lesson 2, so that it helps to understand what this course is, what are how many lessons are there, and what is the sequence of completion of those lessons. After a course is built, we will design a program and we will group all those courses into program. Like suppose there is a leadership development program. So in that leadership development program, we will have some lessons which will be housed under a course, and the course combining of all the courses, we will build a program. And we will set also the completion rules that in this particular program, you need to complete 3 out of 5 courses. So you need to complete a course, not a lesson, to be a part of the completion rule based on whatever we are setting up in the system. And then after designing a program, we will add a quiz, and we will do what we will embed multiple choice or open response questions in the videos, and we can set up some passing scores. Suppose the passing score is 80 out of 100 to complete a certification, and if an employee or a learner scores that percentage, they will be qualified for that particular course. The next part is a best practice of the learning assets. We can use a skills cloud to tag the assets with relevant skills for AI-driven recommendation, wherein the AI will give us suggested learning content that is required for an employee based on whatever skill set they possess. And we can also have in peer reviews for the your colleagues to to verify the user generated content, to make sure that the content is good and it is not copied from some chat GPT, and it is just an own created based on your own experience. Is that you have permission to view based on whatever security is set up in that particular program and course. So if there are no security segments set up, then it is obviously available to all the members in the organization. We also have some topic based segment security, and it applies to different programs and courses, and the learners, they can view when they have access to the all the topics that are associated or linked to a particular program. So to look more into this on the segmented security, we will create one of the security segment, and we will see the restrictions, how that can be done. So first of all, coming to the Workday tenant, we'll create a segment security. So the task is to create a security group. So when I click a security group task, it asks me an option to type of tenanted security group. So I need to select over here, my security group is based on segments based security group. So in segment based security group, I will give the name, say suppose all employees, and to identify it, I will mark that as SSG. SSG stand for segmented security group, so that I know that my all these employees are they having access only to a particular course or having access to a particular program. So I click on OK. I see that the name is coming up over here, and we have two options over here, and it is constrained by the segment access. Constrained by the segment access means it evaluates the security based on whatever segments or whatever sections or whatever courses or content they are having access to. Now we have something as an example that we have in the screen. You can see that, for example, if a manager based role security group constraint, it evaluates a manager, user A is a manager of user B, and where B is the constructing target object. So unconstrained means they will have access to the entire system. It is not only based on a particular management hierarchy or location hierarchy or regional hierarchy.
But when I say that constraint, that means that it is only the manager can see that particular access. And if it is a manager unconstrained, so whoever is the manager in the system will have access to that particular segment that I am having providing access to. So in this case, what we will do is we will create the security group, and we have the security group. I will just add the employees as a security group over here. You see, I have all employees. I will select the first one, the all employees that we have, and it asks us to give us a segment. What are the security segments that we have? We will just go to some of the security segments. You see, these are the different type of security segment that are present. And if you see over here, we have something as learning segment, security segment. So I will see over here. So my security segment in learning, so it is based on all employees. It is based on leadership by management level. It is based on mandatory skill set, and it is based on worker in IT. So right now I will give them access to this mandatory business skill that is already present in the system, because we do not have any courses or any program that are created right now. So once we do those configuration, we can edit the security group and see how it works. But for the time being, as a reference, if I want to see the mandatory business skill, what segment it is, I will just click on that arrow sign, and it will show me, okay, this is a segment is mandatory skill, and there is an option that we have as business skill. We already have a learning security segment created based on the business skill. What is a business skill? Business skill is a learning topic. When we create a topic, when we learn how to create a topic, what all required the fields are there to create a topic, we can see that over here. But for the time being, I will just give an access to the mandatory business skill, and I will add this particular security group, so that my segment by security says that all employees will have access to this mandatory business skill segment, and this mandatory business skill segment, it is nothing but it is having the segment as this learning topic of business skill. So right now I will go to the create security group again, and I will click on OK, so that my security group is created. We are creating the security group. Okay. So we have the security group. Now we will assign the security group that we have created to various learning content that we have. So we will go to the view domain, and we can search the domain as learning segment. You see, we have something as setup learning security segment. So what is this domain? I will just click more on that to understand what all things are linked to this particular domain. She says that the domain provide access to administrators to manage security segments for learning catalog. And if you see the functional area, this is based on the system functional area. So if you're searching by the domain security policies, you have to enter the functional area as system, not learning. Because the reason being, it is based on the security segments. Okay, so I have my domain over here. I go to the domain security policy. I click over here. I go to the edit permission, and I see what all security groups will have access to this. Right now, I will just add it. Okay, we have this implementers and security configurator. I will add the learning admin over here. Okay, you see the learning admin I have added, and I will click on OK after adding the learning admin, so that they have access to this particular security segment. So in this way, initially, whenever we do the security segment setup, we need to add the learning admin, and then we can create a segmented security group and see that what all access it needs to have. So I click on done, and I have set up the learning security segments. Now coming to the lab activity, we see that we have access to this any of this task. We have created a security segments to restrict the access by security category or topic. So what was our topic that we created? It was our learning topic. If it was the skills, the business skills topic, the security domain in the system functional area, and we added the learning admin over there who can view and modify the access of this segmented security. And then what we did, then we created a segment security group, and we have associated with the security segment if existing security group does not meet. So we have created a segment security group, and we have added a segment as the learning topic that we were having, and we have mapped it to that. So the important point to note over here is that the security group that we grant access in the group must be an unconstrained security group. Now what we did, we go to the learning security segment access to the learning access domain dashboard access domain so that the members of this group can access content on the learning dashboard. So what we'll do now, we will grant our learning segment security system again. If I click on view domain, we have a domain of learning access. I will click on that domain. So what this domain does, whenever you are viewing any domain, we need to see what this domain has and what all actions we can take by giving a security group access to this domain. So this domain is what it is mainly related to learning self-service tasks, and workers who are having access to this particular domain can search the learning catalog, they can view the course information as well as the learning preferences they can set up, as well as they can complete various learning surveys and view their in progress program courses and lessons that they have. So I will click on the domain security policy. Here I will edit the permission of this. We have this all employees over here. We will modify. We have the managers. So if I see my security group that I created, all employees SSG. This is the segment security group that we have created. So I will add it over here in the view and modify access. So the employees that are belonging to this particular security group and having access to a particular learning topic, they can view it in their dashboard. So I will click on OK. Okay, it's reconnecting, so it is not, I'm not able to click over there. So we'll move to the topic over here. So we went to the domain security policies. We have given the security domain access, learning domain access to the security segmented group that we have created. Once we have done that, we need to activate the security policies, or else the changes will not reflect in the system. This is one of the most important part that we need to know. Yeah, based on our security configuration, that we need to activate the security policies. So let's see. Yeah, so it has done. You see that I have added my all employees. This is the group, and it is saying that changes have been saved but are not in effect. The reason being I need to activate it. What is the task name that we do? We have to search by activate pending security policy changes. So if I click on this task, I click on test, so it will show me what all changes I have done, and I can click on OK to submit it. So we have created a learning segmented security group, and we have given access to the learning admin, view learning dashboard, and then we have also set up in the system functional area. The next is what? Next is we have to access the edit tenant setup HCM task, and in that we will have different sections based on different modules that we're using. We will have benefits, we'll have learning, we will have the other modules as well, and then we need to select on a particular checkbox. So we will see what that means. So getting to the tenant, we have this task as edit tenant setup. This is the task of edit tenant setup HCM. We see there are some details mentioned over here, but it is mainly on the HCM part. We have staffing related information, we have job recs, we have benefits related data, we have comp related data, but our focus is on mainly on the learning thing. So come to the learning, yeah, let's see. So come to the learning section over here. You see there are enable security categories. What it is, you can click on this question mark to see what does that mean. So displays the security category prompt on this task. On which task? Whenever we are creating a course program, editing a course or editing a program, by selecting this option, it will enable the security categories in all these tasks. So I will check this box. I will go to the next step of what needs to be done. So these 4 tasks are there in the enable security categories. We go over there, and then we also can enable express interest, enable learning path. You can enable all this as well. So if you see what is enable express interest, if I click on this question mark, it says me adds an express interest button to the view course report of the course offering unless you select the disable express interest. So you can have an option to express interest on a particular course that you want to complete. Similarly, we have a learning path that we have enabled. What does that mean? That means that it displays an add to drop down menu on this reports. On view course, view digital course, and view learning lessons, we will have a drop down menu on this report so that learners can add all this contents, the selected content into the learning paths. So from the tenant setup, we have enabled these three checkboxes or these three categories, which will help us to know whether we are enabling any interest or we are adding any content to the learning path. Okay. So now there is an example, is like this example illustrates how to grant access to the managers or management related topic and make other topics available to all. So we will have three topics over here: management topic, health and safety, and skills topic. Okay. So firstly, we will create learning topic over here. We have a task, create learning topic. To create any learning topic, what is the topic name? The topic name that we have is management. We can add some description over here to understand for whom it is applicable. I add the description over here. I need to select an image over here. I can select any one, whether it is linked to the compliance and legal, data privacy, finance and admin. And we have a management section also over here. So I will select this image of management section. Any custom image, if you have, you want to add that, you can add it, or else you can just leave it as it is. So this will create our learning topic. On clicking on OK, you see we have this learning topic that is created. If I see over here and I want to make any changes to the description of it, I can just click on edit from the three dots of the learning topic. We are required to create three different learning topics as per our lab activity, and the next learning topic is health and safety. I put it as is for all employees irrespective of an employee is a manager or if it is an individual contributor. The image over here, let's see what are the different images that are available. We have something team and culture skills, so I will just put it as health and safety. We have a health and safety image over here, so I can click on that health and safety. So we can create the learning topic by this way, and we have the last learning topic to create, which is nothing but the name of the learning topic is skills. So I go to the task, I add the skills over here as the name. I will leave one description as blank. I can select skills. I have something as skills over here. I have it. I click on OK. So we have created the three learning topics that are mentioned in the lab activity. Now what is there? We need to create two learning topics security segment. So what is a security segment? We are giving access to which particular segment. So in this case, we will need to create a security segment. So the task is create learning security segment. Navigate to this particular task. You will see that the name security segment name is there. So we need to give the name of the security segment. I click on the okay. Name the first segment topics for managers. I will just try to copy it. What is the first segment name? Topic for managers. Okay. We are creating the segment. Then we have to select two options, whether it is a part of a learning catalog or whether it is a part of a learning topic. We have created a learning topic. So we will add the management learning topic over here. We will add it. Why? Because it is for managers. So I have added the management over here. I click on OK. My learning security segment is created. Okay. Now whenever we are creating in a security segment, you see that there is a learning access domain associated with it. I will come to that after some point of time. Right now, I will click done and I will create another learning security segment. And the name of the security segment is public topics. It does not get copied from there. So I will just type it public topics. Public topics is for whom? It is for everyone. So it is for health and safety and the skills part that we have created. These are two different topics that we have created. Remember, we can add multiple topics in a particular learning segment. So I add the learning security segment as public topic and I created the learning topic and I add it over here. So now we have created three different learning topics and we have created two learning security segments. Now it says us to create two segment the security group, one for managers and one for everyone else. In the previous lab activity, we have created one security group that was for everyone else and the name it can be public, but we have added as all employees SSG, if you remember. So right now what we will do is we will create another security group. Which type of security group we need to create? We need to create a segment based security group. Why? Because the topic that the managers will have access, we can add it in this particular security group. So I will rename it as managers SSG, segment security group, so that we are aware what security group we are creating, because there will be multiple manager security group and you can get confused based on which one you have created. So I will add whom, I will add the manager over here as the security group that they can add. And also I can select a manager unconstrained also, but right now I will select it as manager only. And access to segments, this is most important. This means that the people who are having the manager role will have access to these all security segments. Which security segment we have seen earlier, wherein we created in the learning security segment, we have created the topic for managers. This is the one that we have created. Now what does what okay, what does this mean? This is based on we have created right learning topic management topic for managers. But right now here it says that valid security group for this segment. The security groups aren't valid manager. Why this is not valid? Is it not a Workday delivered one? No, this is something a manager security group, as I was telling, it is added by someone over here. It is not the Workday delivered manager security group. So it gives us an error over here. Let me see, let me draw. But ideally in your tenant, you will not get, in the live tenant, you will not get so many security groups that are created. Only the relevant ones will be there because we don't maintain so many security groups. So what I will do is I will add manager unconstrained is a role-based security group. I will add this. I will add the security group and I have added the topic for managers as an access to the segments. I click on OK, done. So my segmented security group is done on the managers SSG. Now what I have to do, the other part, we created the learning topic for all employees and for managers, right? And manager segment security group we have created, and also managers SSG also we have created and assigned it. But now we will edit the security group that initially we created and we will make the changes to that. It becomes so easy when I just have my SSG over here. I have only two overall groups that I created and I can search it from here. So then there is all employees SSG. We have created that in our lab activity. It is saying that the name should be public. So I will just make it public over here, but I will keep my SSG prefix so that I don't mess up at a later point to find out which group I had created. Now it is for the all employees, right? What is the access to segment? Which segment they will have access to? Similarly, I can go to the security segment. I can go to my learning security segment over here, and I can add it, select it from which security segment. Sorry, it is a leaf type. Learning security segment is right here. We have see public topics, all employees. So the public topic is the one that we had created. If you want to verify whether it is the same thing that you have created or not, just add it and you will see an arrow over here which will take you to that particular security segment, and you see that we have this health and safety and skills are the topic that are assigned to this learning security segment. So my this all employees SSG, or the renamed version is public SSG, is having access to this particular segment. So I click on OK, and my both the security groups, the segmented security groups for manager as well as for public is created, and it is having access to the segments that I have assigned to. Okay. So we can select for public, we can select all employees, or we can select all contingent workers based on what we have selected all employees. That's fine. If you want the contingent workers also to have access to a particular learning content, you can add the contingent workers as well. And for managers, we have selected manager unconstrained. That's fine. We have added that. Now, if you see the learning topic segment grant access to the access right, for example, topic for managers will be assigned to this particular security group for managers, and the public topics will be assigned to public. So in this way, what we can do is we can create various segmented security group and and learning type security segment, which will help us to exercise, the restriction of access to a particular learning content. And in this case, it is our learning topic that we have created, and then we have managed the restrictions for managers as well as for all employees. So that's about the restriction of access to learning content. So we will move to the next lab activity, and we can start with the practical things or the setups that are required. So coming to the next lab activity, we have something to configure the pre-hire access to a learning content. What is a pre-hire? So an employee is hired into the system, but before his hire transaction is initiated, he is added as a pre-hire. Whenever he is, and whenever a candidate has cleared all the interviews, his pre-hire record is created. So in those cases, how will we configure the learning content access? So basically, they will have access to the learning content, and they need to complete those learning topics or learning content before they join the company. So before their start date, they have to join that particular thing, access the particular learning content. So we will configure access for all pre-contingent workers, pre-employees, or all employee security group for these domains. So these are important. So what are the domains? If you remember, I said we have some domain as learning access. In my leave type security segment, learning type, I see that there is a learning access. Okay, so what does this domain do? As we have seen earlier, it provides access to the learning self-service task. So I go to the domain security policy, I click on the edit permissions over here, and you see we have added already the public SSG that we have created and all employees we have created for this particular security group, the learning domain. We can add what? We can add based on the learning material that we have on the lab activity. We can add it accordingly. So learning access, we can put all these groups over here. We already have all employees, so we'll take the all pre-employees and pre-contingent worker. So in that case, what I need to do, I will just search by pre. I have the security groups, all pre-employees, all pre-contingent workers. So if I go to this three dots or the related actions of this security group, I see that these are the Workday delivered security groups. You do not need to create, it will be already there in your package, and you will get the security group. Just only thing is you need to give them access to this particular domain of learning, and there are some other domains as well. So let's check what are the other domains that are required to give an access for the pre-contingent workers as self and pre-employees as self. Learning access is done, self-service learning, self-service take surveys. So I go to the view domain, I go to the self-service, okay. Self-service learning, you see I go to the self-service learning. I will add the security group as pre-employee as self and pre-contingent worker as self. They can view, they can modify. I can add it as, I can add all employees as well. Okay, it is a self-service, so we'll have the as self, so it is employee as self. So this is based on what? This domain is based on the self-service learning. So I'm giving all employee as self and all the pre-contingent worker and pre-employee as self to view the access over here. Okay. We have some other domain as well. The other domain is, if I go over here, we have something as survey. So I will click on survey, and we will have the, let us take the exact name from the learning, take surveys. Okay. We have the self-service as take surveys over here, and we can add it. We can similarly go to here. We can go to the edit permissions and we can add it. So I add employee as self, I add pre-employee as self, and I add pre-contingent worker as self. I can add contingent worker as self as well, because when they are hired into the system, their contract has started, they became a part of the contingent worker as self security group. Next part is on the worker data, public worker data reports. Similarly, the process is same. I need to make sure that I'm adding all the security group to the proper domains that we have. So we have this worker data reports over here, or the worker data public worker reports, not this one. Yeah, this is the correct domain that we have. We go to the public worker reports over here, and I can go to the three dots, and similarly, I can go to edit permissions, and I can give access to that particular group. If you see, we have all employees and all contingent workers as well. We will give the pre access to the pre-employee as self, pre-contingent worker as self, and we will click on OK. So these are the various setups of the learning that we need to give access for the pre-hires in the system. So once we are done adding it, I will activate the pending security. I can give a this thing on what changes I have done. I can go to the tenant over here. I can see whether I can copy it or not. I will add learning pre-hire access. So I'm clicking on OK. It will give what all changes I have done. You see all these details, all this domain security policy that we have updated. So I click on confirm after verifying all the details and I click on OK, which will activate my security policy changes. So now this is on the based on the domain security policies, but there are some business process security policies as well wherein we need to add them. So what are those? How do we search the business security policies? So we have the task as business process security policies for functional area. Functional area is my what? Learning core. I can go to the learning core function area. I can click on OK. I see what all business process policies are present, which all I need to give access to. So I see this many process are there. So I will just add it in the enroll in content. Okay. So I will just enroll in the learning content. I will go down. I will edit permission over here. Enables learner to employ in learning content. So I will do it as self. It was pre-employees, right? Pre-employee as self, pre-contingent worker as self. Then that is done. Enrolling in a particular content. So this is one of my business process that we can do. We can enroll in a content, we can drop in a enrollment, or we can enroll in a course. So I added right now in enroll in content, but I can add it in the course part as well. So we have this. Okay. So in the manage course, we have all this course offering and all. We have this content. We have this drop learning enrollment. If they want to drop from the learning enrollment, you can do that as well. Go to the drop learning enrollment over here. We see the drop can be done by employee as self. I will add the pre as well. The pre security group, pre employee as self, pre contingent worker as self as well. And I can make the changes to them and they can add it over here. To see what all changes I have done, what I need to activate again. Remember to activate every time you make any changes to the security, or else your changes will not reflect. So learning PI, we have dropped in learning enrollment, we have enrolled in and content. Then we have something as a dashboard. We will access the maintain dashboard task. And in that also we can give them access to the pre-hire security groups. So we have this task as maintain dashboard. Now you see we have different dashboards. I will search by learning over here. We have something as learning. I will put filter. I can click on edit over here. Okay, so there is no content that needs to be added. There are some settings, the descriptions and all, the announcement if you want to, and if you want to add any content over here. So there are some worklets, but right now we will just go to the menu and we will see what all the different learning items that are present, and we can add it. We can add for the create new lesson, edit dashboard, instructor dashboard. We can add all these things. So this, it says that we need to go to access to the pre-hire security groups, onboarding, learning, my library, and learning. We can do it. Right now, we have only this menu item. The worklets are not done because we need to create a report and we need to add something over to show it how it works. But we will just select what menu item we have over here. Suppose we have something as highlights over here, and you see the security groups. We have this all pre-contingent workers or pre-employees, and all managers and employees, they are coming over here based on the domain access whatever they have. So this is coming automatically for us based on the menu item. If I change the menu item from highlights to anything else, suppose based on your skills, or we will just see based on your interest, if you put, we see that that also comes up. All the security group that are required comes up, and if you go to the alert section, and it says that it may not properly display in mobile application because of the workload size, or there can be something else. But right now we are just focused on the desktop functionality of the learning module. So, and it is an alert, it may not and it may also, so that is a different thing altogether. So we'll just click on done, and see that our learning worklets, we can add different worklets, and we can see the security groups are getting populated as required. So after, based on interest, if I go to all over here, I can do continue learning and I can make the changes over here as well. So then I click on done, and there is something as learning admin in the dashboard. If I see there is something as learning admin, if I click on filter over here in the learning admin dashboard, if I go to edit over here, again I see there is nothing over here. And if I go to the add section and I see all my menu items that are present, the create learning management and all those things comes up over here. So I can just click on done. Now I can go back to the menu over here. The menu over here, I can go back and I can add the worklets over here. So if you remember in the last session, we have added this particular profile to the learning admin. So we can add the worklet of learning over here. You see there's learning admin, the learning management, I can click on plus. So it is going and getting added in the menu. So what it will do is whenever a user who is a learning admin, they go to the menu and they see in the learning management, we have something as learning admin. They click on that, they can see how they can create a program, course, lesson, survey. They can do the management of offering, learning content, managing wait listing, managing topics, and so on and so forth. So going forward, what we will do is we will not go to the search bar and create a lesson or a program or a course. We can directly do it from the worklet option that we have over here. So based on whether you are a learning admin or not, you can make those changes and you can see how it works. Now coming to the lab activity, again we have done the dashboard setup for the learning as well, and we have also done the configuration of the pre-hire access to the learning content. And we see that whatever changes we have done, we are activating the security policies from time to time, as well as we are also able to add the worklet for the learning admin as well, which help us to give shortcuts for all the tasks that are present, and we can add it as required.
It is the message that Workday displays, so that if you want to enroll in a course or you want to drop a course, there needs to be some validation messages over there. So if you are as a part of the validation message, there will be a condition rule that needs to be configured. And if we meet the condition rule, then we will be able to enroll into a course or we can drop from a course. So based on that validations or based on that condition rule, if you meet the conditions or if you do not meet the conditions, something that you want to enroll a course, for example, but the enrollment of that course is only for employees who have spent at least 3 months in the organization. But you as an employee is trying to enroll into a content or before 3 months, like suppose you have completed 2 months and you want to enroll into a course, that time it will give you a validation message that you are not allowed to enroll in a course because as per the requirement, there's a waiting period of 3 months to enroll in this particular course. So this is one of the use case of the learning validations that we use and we create in the system to make sure that we have the appropriate population or the appropriate audience that get enrolled into a course. Same things happen for the learning enrollment as well. We can create the learning validations and we can enforce the user to not drop from a learning enrollment as well. So what is the steps that we need to create while maintaining the learning validation? So if you follow the steps, we have the maintain learning validations report. So coming to my tenant, I will see what is my learning validation report. So let me search maintain learning validation. Okay. This is a maintain learning validation report. I can search in my tenant and you'll see we have over here two different options. One is drop content validation context, enroll in content validation context. So we can create a critical warning or we can create a warning message. So the severity is critical. That means that it is a hard stop. It will not allow the users to enroll in a particular course or drop from a particular course. But warning is an orange alert which will not stop the user, but it will just alert the user that this is something that you should not do or this is something that you need to complete before completing a particular course or so forth. So the warning is just once or alerts the user
but it will allow the user to drop or enroll in a course. But the critical message is it will not allow you. It is a hard stop. It will stop you from enrolling into a content or dropping your content. Now, coming back to the lab activity that we have, it's asks us to select a course validation context and select a severity for that. Prevent user from dropping or enrolling in a course. Warning can alert users to continue. So we can add a custom validation task. So we can have a description, we can have a category, okay, and we have something logics that we can use it over here. So if you come to the tenant, there is a enroll in content validation. I will create a maintain validation from here. I will create a critical or I can create a warning message over here. So I will go back, I will click on this warning messages there. I will go to the new validation over here and I can put, you see, this is a condition rule. We have a rule condition which says that what needs to be met. Okay, so enrollment is possible only after completing 3 months in organization. So this is a description that I have added for the validation, and it is a new validation rule which will show up while enrolling into a particular course. Now, what I need to do it over here, you see, okay, I have a hire date. Okay. So if you see here, there are many calculated fields that are there. So when I say 3 months, I can use this, right? Hire date plus 90 days. So hire date plus 90 days, so it will give me an error message when hire date plus 90 days means when the worker is completing 3 months. Okay, and if that date is less than what? Less than. So I will select value from another field. Value is today. The point of mentioning over here is that is a dynamic value that changes based on when a user is wanting to enroll into a content. So the value will be 24th of September if the user is wanting to enroll, and it will be, suppose he is wanting to enroll after 10 days, so it will be some date in October. Okay, so changes based on what is the system date as of. So hire date plus 90 days, if it is less than, then my this error message or the validation message should trigger. When it should trigger? It should trigger when I'm going to enroll in a particular content. So this is a warning message. This will not stop you from enrolling. It is just something that it will alert the user to not that that enrollment is possible only after completing 3 months. You can add it in the critical message as well if you want that it to be a hard stop for the new hires to not enroll into a content. So there can be various use cases to this particular learning validations, and we can add it based on whatever requirement we have. Okay, if you see that these are some statements that you can do and you can add it over here as well. Now there is something in the tenant that I will show you that there is something maintain, not learning, maintain condition rule categories. As per the lab activity, we have something as maintain condition rule categories. The purpose of this is condition rule uses you have to do, and you have to put it over here. It depends where it is used, whether it is a learner group rule or whether it is some kind of other rule. Okay, so if you select it as a part of a learner group rule, you can see that you can add a category over here and you can give a name over here so that it helps you to track easily what all condition rules you have created and what all condition rule are used in your custom validations. Okay, we have seen that we can configure rule conditions, specify the course type as course offering or digital course. We can create, it can be depending upon, whether you are maintaining the learning validation in a particular course or you're creating a validation rule for digital courses that require enrollment. So based on this, you can create your learning validations and you can see if the system is working as expected or not. And it is just about the validation. So we have completed the lab activity on the maintaining learning validation. So I will close this one and I will move to the next lab activity. So that is maintain drop course event categories. So what is a category and what does it mean that maintaining drop course event categories? Let's see what is that. You see, there is a task of maintain, drop, course, event category. We have something as category, reason category, drop, event, subcategory, reason. So let's see what are the details that we have. So whenever you are dropping a course, what all category you can classify your course drop as? Reason category, suppose I will put it as not required. This is a reason category. There is a reason subcategory as well. Okay, not required, within not required. What I need to be do? Suppose exam is update skills. Okay, not required. You did it by mistake. Suppose you have dropped into a particular, you have enrolled in a particular course by mistake, and then you want to drop that course. Then you can select this subcategory as by mistake for the reason category as not required. Similarly, if you have enrolled into a course that is an advanced level of any, suppose it is advanced level of Workday HCM, but you notice that you are just a beginner in Workday HCM and you need to update your skills, and then only you can enroll into this particular course. So in those cases, you can mention is that update skills as well, or anything, that the more learning required or anything you can add it, and then you can drop this particular course if you think it is belongs to this particular category or not. So for the time being, I will just select this two reason category and subcategory, and I will click on OK. Coming back to the lab activity, if you see the event categories task, and it says that adding a category and enter a reason category. So we have, we added a reason. For example, it is asking to make the reason as level, and we have added that. And you can just the skills that I mentioned that need to update skills. Similarly, here it is mentioned that you can actually do it this in your own tenant, wherein you can put the reason as too advanced and the category as level. Based on that, you can configure this particular drop course event categories. Now, there is something that is required to, there are some optional fields in the system, and Workday gives us an privilege to make the optional fields required or to hide it. But remember, the optional fields, whatever fields are there, if you want to hide a particular field, it depends whether that field is present in this particular setup or not. You cannot hide any field that you require and you think that this needs to be hidden. It can only be hidden if Workday has the setup or has given that option to hide that particular field from the configure optional fields task. So in this case, we can see whether learners of specific security groups require a reason when they drop the course. You can require learning drop course, drop enrollment. So you can see that error message will be displayed if your learner does not select a reason. So when suppose if you hide a particular reason field, okay, let's go to the tenant and I will click on done over here, and let me put it as configure optional fields over here. What is the functional area? Learning code. Oh, so it is based on that particular field, not the functional area of the entire learning. So under learning, we will have drop learning enrollment, manage course offering. All these are functional area. So I will select the drop functional area, drop learning enrollment. And if I click over here and I see what all fields are there, see learning course drop reason. What I can do, I can go to the criteria and I can make it required for all, or I can make it require only for this particular security group, and I can make that configuration as I require. So, but right now I will make the learning drop course reason as required for all, so that whenever you are dropping a particular learning course, at the time you need to give a reason. It will give you an error message if you are not entering any reason while dropping a learning enrollment. So I click on OK. I have added a learning validation. I have added in the configure optional fields to make the reason as mandatory. So this is about on this lab activity of maintain drop course event categories. So we'll move to the next one, and the next one is maintaining other unit type. So what is the other unit type? So in Workday, it provides us 3 unit types of this learning module that you can add to the courses on the course offering. The unit types are continuing education, continuing professional development, or the course unit. And if you need some any other course unit as per your requirement and your company says that no, I need some other course units as well, so we can create them as well. So how do we assign the course unit to a particular learning course? So we have this task manage other unit types. We will say I have this manage other unit types. So in this case, what we can do, I can click on the plus icon over here I can give a name over here, what needs to be my unit type. So right now I will just select any one unit type as this. It's remote. So let me continuing education. I will put the as continuing education. I have made the learning name as continuing education test because those are the default three: continuing education and continuous professional development and course unit. Those are the default units that are set up already. So I have created a new course unit over there and I added a test over there so that it differentiates that it is not the continuing education that Workday provides. It is something else, or it is something in addition to the course unit that is provided by the out-of-box configuration. Okay. So whatever are the additional unit we have, we can add this a separate row and we can create them in the other unit types. Okay. So what is the significance of this unit type? Whenever we go to create a course or we edit a course or we schedule a course offering, or we edit a course offering over there, we can add these unit types that are required. So what then we can do, so we will see how we can create a course and how we can add the unit types over there. And when you add the unit type once, that is something that we can view the what all unit types are there in the system. So you can access the view other unit types report to see what are the usage or not. Let us see if we have anything view other unit types. So if you go to this report, you can see that my continuing education test that I have created, it is not used anywhere right now and it is active. It is not inactive, so it is active right now. So whenever I tag this my unit types to a particular course, that time this unit type usage will reflect. It will show some number over here. So that means if you want to, in case your company comes and says that to the learning consultant that we have a unit type but we do not want to use it. So in those cases, you can track what is the unit type usage, and then you can go to that course and you can just rename or edit the unit types to reflect what unit type is suggested by your customer. So that is why we need to, whenever we are deactivating something or we are removing the usage of something, we need to make sure that we remove it from the places where it is used. So this is about the unit types that we have seen and how we can add a new unit type in the system. So this was about the lab activity of the module 1, and we will now move to the module 3 and we will see what are the points we need to discuss conceptually. Okay, so we have the Workday learning components in the module 3, and the learning components in the module 3 will have the agenda on what we will be discussing are the creating learning components, creating the course offerings, how we can do that, and how to identify what compatible media files needs to be used. Now, suppose there's a requirement that you're working on a client implementation. Your client is using a different learning system apart from Workday or something else. And over there, then the files or the learning contents is stored in a different format. It is in a video format, but it is something else, like so suppose it can be MP4 or it can be MKV format or any other format. So we want to see whenever the client want to move from one learning platform to Workday Learning, they want to make sure that whatever is the data or whatever is the content in their legacy system, that is compatible in the Workday system. Because there can be cases where it is not compatible and you move those files and the videos to your learning module and then you see that it is not working as expected, then there can be much challenges. So we will learn more about the compatibility of media types in this topic. So identifying the different compatible media types. So Workday Learning, what it does is it supports different formats because Workday is a unified system. If a company is using HCM and they have opted for and they want to opt for Workday Learning. So Workday will not want them to use something different apart from the media files that are not supported. So here are some documents that we have as a media, the PDFs, the videos that we have as a media, the images that we have. There are some e-learning platform which gets integrated into the Workday system, and there is some peer content which we have discussed in the first session that if some of your colleagues they have gone through a particular training and they have created some guides or some references or some question banks to be referred by you. So in those cases, Workday supports the media types, the content created by your colleagues as well. So coming more on the supported media types, so we have different media types that are supported. Now coming to the document media file. So document, it can be in the form of slide decks, it can be in the form of .ppt, PDF, .doc, .xls, and it limits the requirement to less than 30 MB per file. And the use cases are the policy handbooks, the slide decks that we have. And as a viewer support, it can have a PDF native preview, it can have docx, ppts can be previewed, or it can be downloaded as well. Like, so for example, if you have some policies, the manuals, the templates, or learning guides, you can have those in the documents. So as per the Workday best practice, it recommends that converting, if you're having some slide text in the PPT format, you convert them to PDF to ensure that the formatting is consistent. This is one of the best practices that Workday recommends, but yeah, it depends whether the client want to use the PDF format. So then our duty is to let the client know or let the customer know that what is the best practice that needs to be used, so that later on at some point of time in the middle of the implementation, clients should not discover this, that the best practice was not recommended to them. Now coming to the video files we have .mp4, .mov, .avi, .wmv. What are the different files we have? We have it over here, and it is typically less than 20 GB per file, and transcripts are optional. And but the maximum file size Workday recommends to compressing the videos before upload. It is not like you are uploading the raw video, just compress it, try to make it as try to make the size, reduce the size a bit, and see that it does not impact you or anything. And the videos that you will be loading, it will be streamed by default, and it cannot be downloaded by normally. And when we do the video load, we normally upload via the Workday drive and embed it in a media lesson. So the best practice is mentioned over here, that we need to use .mp4 H264 codec for best compatibility. And also we need to optimize the resolution to balance the video quality and the load time. The use cases are basically the tutorials that we have, compliance training, or any such training that needs to be done, wherein the cybersecurity training that we normally have these days, the artificial intelligence training that we have, you know, for the newcomers or for the existing employees to go through it. Okay, now coming to the images file, the images that are supported .jpg, JPG, JPEG, .png, .gif, and GIF. Normally, they are used for short animated visuals, because the large ones, it might affect the load times if you're using GIFs over there. And the size restriction is less than or equal to 10 MB, and the aspect ratio will be 16:9. That is recommended by Workday. That needs to be used so that it fits into the screen and you have clarity on whatever is displayed in the image. The use case are typically the course cover art that we have the static infographics, we can have the visual aids, we can have the diagrams in the images. Now coming to the most important part is the e-learning. So it is most widely used, the e-learning, and the format needs to be SCORM 1.2/2004 AICC XAPI. That is a format that needs to be used, and it is mainly for the interactive self-paced e-learning modules. Like, you might be heard of some built-in tools like Articulate, Captive. Is there? Those are some inbuilt tools that have. So we need to convert them into the SCORM files, so that per packet size is less than or equal to 4 GB for the interactive modules, and we can track those e-learning modules based on the completion of the course, the scores of the quiz, if any, is there, and the duration is supported, and synced with the learner profile based on how much time you have spent on a particular topic, and whether you have completed that course, the quizzes you have given or not. And you can track all those in your e-learning. And it is most important to note that this com/AICC, it must be tested thoroughly after upload to ensure that the tracking is proper, because if there is some incomplete tracking, users will be stuck at an in progress state. And even if they have completed the course, don't be surprised to see them that the users are complaining that the course is still in progress, whereas they have already completed. So the SCORM one is the most important one, and it needs to be thoroughly tested after the upload to watch the entire course content and see if everything is working as expected or not. The main challenges, this is one of the main challenges in the Workday Learning for the compatibility, to check the compatibility of the media file types. Whereas, as per my experience, it works in most of the cases, but you never know that some cases might be there where it is not working, and we should test thoroughly. Now, there is something as peer content that we have, which is normally some user who have created the videos or documents and they follow the standard file limits, like some knowledge sharing guides or anything that they have. Now, the most important compatible media file types is also we have something that is linked to the external media. For example, the linked content, like you have some links in YouTube, you have some links in Vimeo, your company is having some media hosted in their portal, or there can be any other LMS content that is present somewhere in the cloud, and you can that also needs to be supported, and we can use it or we can add it via the external content lesson is one of the things that we can add it. And that is normally the tracking. Yeah, how you will track is it that it is marked as completed when the link is clicked and not the actual consumption of that particular video, because those are the stream videos and it is hosted on a different platform. So basically, one thing that we note over here is that in the YouTube privacy settings, it must allow the embedding external access, and it is normally preferable to use the unlisted or public videos for smooth access base, because if something is private and you are adding the link over there, there can be some access related issues. So this is mainly on the part that we see what all media is supported, linked media is supported. Now there are some restrictions, like in the media type files, the unsupported formats are as the PowerPoint show, and it requires the conversion to .ppt. Or and in the video quizzes also, we have some embedded multiple choice open response question that can be converted directly into the MP4s. Best practices, again, that we have covered it. We need to compress the SCOM files by removing any unused assets. We need to compress the video file as well. And we can use the media cloud or bulk uploads for the uploads of legacy content. Now there are something we have as the learning components, how we can create it. We can create standalone learning lessons. We can create courses, we can create programs, and in programs we can add the courses, and we will see how the workflow is presenting the Workday Learning when we create all the different learning components. Okay, so file creation, let's start from the first one. We'll create a standalone lessons over here, and it can be a single learning unit, so it is not dependent on anything else, and it does not require you to complete some course on or before. It is not dependent actually. So on for any particular course, you need to complete it. It is just standalone, and you will have some learning units like some videos or PDFs, and that does not have any enrollment requirement. So the steps to create the learning components is we can go to as a learning admin and we create a lesson. And let's see, follow the steps over here. Let's move to the tenant quickly and see whether we are able to create it or not. So first thing is what we will navigate to the learning admin and we will go to the create lesson. So from the menu, I have added, shown you how to add. You can go to the learning admin over here and we have the create option. We will create a lesson. So we are creating a learning lessons over here. So click on this lesson. It will ask you title. So I will give the title as cybersecurity basics. The topics, it is asking me what all topics are there. If you remember, we added some topics. So I will put it as it is based on cybersecurity. I will put it as IT solutions as one of the topic. If you want to view what topic is it, just click on this arrow. It will open you the topic that we have created. It is just learning topic. It is IT solutions, and you can add the security segments or not. That depends upon whether the topic is required for them or not. Language, you can select the language as English over here, English United States. You can select the language. You can give a description over here. I will give it as this lesson is created Zarentic training. Then we have something as skills. We can give some skills over here. So recommended skills, we have what all skills we have. We have recommended skill is cybersecurity. See it identifies what type of skills needs to be added. I will select cybersecurity over here, so you can check this box whether to exclude from recommendation or exclude from search bar and browse. you can add it. I will not explore it. I will keep it open so that, whenever there is some recommendation for any IT team, it recommends them to use it. The most important part, this is a media over here. This is a standalone lesson that we are creating. It is asking for a media. It is asking for a cover image type. Let me see what happens if I click on submit. If I click on submit, it says an error message. Let's see the error message. It says minimum number of files to be uploaded as one. Why? Because this media is marked as asterisk over here. So I need to select a file and I need to add it. Let's see if I have anything. I'll click over here. I will create a new. My file is created. I will put it as a lesson. Normally in the lesson, whenever you create, if you see the media section over here, it asks you to drop a file based on what type of file you want to use. Okay, see, it is my learning lesson is uploaded. It takes the PPTX format, but it will not take any PPS format, that is a PowerPoint show format. There's a link to the policy as well. I can check what is the acceptable users policy. So once I click on that, it routes me to a community link and you can accept or deny, but it needs to be acceptable users policy whenever you're adding. It can be an acceptable usage for your customer. So right now I will just click on submit over here. Okay. You see there is another over here. So one of the following file extension must be used: .jpg, CSV, docx, PDF. We do not have any PPTX to be used over here. If you remember, I told to use the best practice as conversion of a PPTX to PDF format over here so that it is compatible. So right now my PPTX is not getting loaded. I will not convert it. I also have the doc format. I will use a document. Learning test. I will just add it as a learning test over here. I will delete this document. It will ask me to select a file. I will go to your computer and I will select this learning test. Does it give me .tscx? It works. Let me click on submit. I see that my details are submitted. If I go to view details, if I go to manage lesson over here, it gives me a process definition error. Now the process definition error happens whenever there is no business process defined for a particular workflow. What is a workflow over here? We have it as manage lesson. So manage lesson, there is no workflow that is defined over here. If you go to the inbox over here, it will show me that business process transactions are in progress, definition error, when there is no valid definitions. So what we will do, this is a managed lesson, right? We will go to, let's see, first the prefix to use the business process. You know that it is managed lesson, so it is not present in this tenant. So what we will do, create business process definition, that is a default definition. So I will go to this task. What is this type? It is asking me, okay, my business process type is manage lesson. I can click on OK over here. Okay, and I see that it is just an initiation step over here. I will not any approval step right now. You can add the approval step that it whenever you are creating a. So normally the lessons and all that you have created, they are already pre-approved. But if someone you have as a learning and development head in your company, you can add the approval step, you can route the approval step to the learning and development head so that they can have a look at it and they can approve and see that whether the learning course that you have created, it is as per the expectations or not. I will just click on OK so that my learning manage lesson business process is created. So once it is created, what I need to do next, I will go to my inbox item and it has an options to restart business process in error. I will restart my learning business process in error and it is done. If you see 0 remains in process definition error state. So the error has gone now. If I go to my inbox again and I see that the error has gone now, it is just showing me the earlier thing that they are fixed. It is giving me an update that whatever error I was having in my learning manage lesson business process, that is fixed right now. I will next go to my learning admin over here, workload, and I can see what things are there. There's some manage activities. Okay, so what is the thing that we created? We created a learning lesson. So if I go to view lesson, edit lesson, if I go to edit lesson, if I click over here, If you see, we have done it for IT solutions, it is cybersecurity basics. So cybersecurity basics is there for IT team, and we have these details that are present over here. I can change anything that I want. Okay, I can give the topic as, suppose I will add it as health and safety because I want to give it for all employees, not just to the employees in IT, because that is a segmented security group that is present. If you see, the health and safety is for all employees. If I go to the topics, it is health and safety, it is skills that we have, the topic that we have created. So these are the topics, and it is a public segmented security group. So I think that works. I'm just giving health and safety over here so that I can get the details, and I will click on submit. We have two errors. This is something weird. This is saying the compensation related details. Now it seems when I'm selecting on health and safety, it is giving me some error over here. I will just update the description right now and I will click on submit. Oh, it's strange. Something is configured in the business process of the learning so that it is not showing us what we are supposed to do, but I can just see on the course and lessons created in the last 12 months. If you see over here, we have this September 2025, we have one lesson is created, that is the cybersecurity basics. So I can see this content over here and I can download. I can download the learning content over here, and whenever I'm downloading and completing, it means that my lesson I have completed. So that is based on the, how we can create a learning lesson. So you see over here, we can assign the categories over here and we can do it compliance, leadership, for searchability. We can upload a media, you can upload some files. If you have videos less than or equal to 20 GBs, you can have, because we have seen what all the compatible file types that it was asking us to load into the system. So we can upload the files that is less than or equal to 20 GB. And for the skills, you can give the link to the skills cloud to get any AI driven recommendation wherein it will check what all skills you have and what is required so that you get a Gen AI based recommendation of what needs to be used. And the use case of this, we have a quick reference guides for software troubleshooting to understand what kind of skills are there or what kind of recommendations are there. Because this is our learning component of lessons, how we have created the lessons and how we can use it. Now there are some type of courses that we have. We have something as digital course. That is what? That is an on-demand course that is self-paced, and for example, some e-learning module wherein there will be some videos and there will be some background voice which will be explaining you on what is the topic about and what all needs to be checked, and it makes you understand what are the different aspects of a digital course. The next type of course is a blended course, and in blended course, what it does is it combines the instructor-led sessions with the digital course. So there will be an instructor which will be assisting you in the real time, and you will be getting all the inputs over there from the instructor, and they will be explaining you the details of that particular course. So a course can be digital course or it can be a blended course as well. Okay. So the next what we have is creating a digital course. So we can go to the course, we can see how it looks like. We can just go through it and then we can see later on how it looks. So again, go to the menu over here, learning admin, and I go to we have created lesson, I go to the course. It is asking me to select a course type, whether I want to select a digital course or I want to select a blended course. I select it as a digital course that I want to do. There are so many details that need to be filled, so I will put the course title as appliance training, and it asks me a skill level. I can say, okay, it is a beginner skill level. I can add a description. It can be the same as the compliance training description. We can add some topics over here. What are the topics that are there? I can give it IT solutions, the same thing that I am using over there. There are many other details like the security category, the skills, the language, the recommendation, the time value is how much it is minutes, hours, or days, and whether it requires any enrollment or not, on what is a course number and something like that. You can give the status, it is a status, it is open or it is closed. You can have an image. So based on a digital course, whatever you want to create, you can add all the details over here. You can have the security category. Let's see what's there. The security category. The security, we do not have anything right now. There's a learning security category that needs to be created. So let me just see if I give the name as all nurse, so everyone will have this access. Okay. So I give the category as all nurse over here and the skills. Okay, it is a compliance training. Let me see what are the recommended skills. So I have only compliance training skills as well. So I will select that skills as compliance training, language. I can select the language as English United States, and I can add all these details and I can click on submit. Now on submit, what is the issue we will have? Let's click on submit and see. There are two errors we have. We have something as com grade is required. Please click on the pay range. So this is not something that should come up over here. This is something, some things are getting tested and that's why we are having this error over here. There is nothing as com grade or anything in this particular learning thing because it is just a course that we are creating. So I will see that that needs to be fixed because it is not. It might be some other user are testing something, and so that is getting triggered. Okay, so we can have all these details in the expiration and entry field, and we can add those details. I will just click it save for later, and then I can do it at the next session. Okay, if I now go click on done and I click on the inbox over here, I will see that there's a process definition error for managed course as well because we did not create the business process definition. Yeah, so we will start creating the business process definition and see how the workflow will look like. Okay. Select what is the type of your business process that you want to create. So this is a managed course. So we can go to the managed course and we can click on OK and we will see the business process is getting created. If you see, this is the business process of managed course. For the time being, we will just have a one step, that is we will just work on the initiation action of this business process, and whenever we initiate that, so our business process will be created. So this is our step A. If I just click on OK over here, so you see this is the initiation step of the business process of managed course and we have created this. So after creation of this managed course business process, what can we do? We can restart the business process in error. So it is highly recommended that you create the business processes first and then you can create your lesson, course or program based on which you will not have this error definition. But as a learning perspective, if ever you find any kind of issues related to the business process is not configured, then this is the way how it can be done. So I will click on this restart business process in error over here and I will click on OK. Here it is. You see, it is the same thing that we have seen last time on the managed course where the valid business process is created and so the error is no longer showing in the screen. So I click on OK and we will see. I will click on done over here and you see that error or the fixed business process has disappeared from here because my task, I have already taken the action on it and it is no longer showing in my task button. So I will click on OK over here and I can verify what is the codes that I created. I can just search by the codes. I can go to the edit codes over here and it asks me the option, what is a topic, what is a delivery mode. So topic was based on compliance training. I can search it from the IT solutions compliance training as well, or if you want to search a course based on the delivery mode, if you remember the delivery mode, we have seen it as whether it is a self-directed or whether it is a blended course. You can select the course over here as compliance training as well. So you click on that and then you can update the current version of this course. The current version is of 923, which was the one that we have created. And if you want to make any changes or if you want to add any details, you can click on OK and then it can be done from here. So right now we have all these details entered for the compliance training course and you see that there are some values on the retain window value, weeks or month before expiration. So you can set those details as well. But as those fields are not mandatory, we will just skip it for the time being and we can see it later on what are these things, right? So it is, if you want, so this is a lesson that you have. I will just go through the basics of what these fields are there. If you want to have a contacts, like who will be the contact person for this particular course, then you can assign someone from the learning admin or someone from the learning and development team as a contact over here. So right now this contact, I will put it as either Jennings, so that any issues with the course that is being created over here, the employees can contact this particular person shown in the screen and they can get their doubts or queries clarified. Then we have the time value. So it says that the time of, I will put it as hours. So this course that is present, what is the duration of this course? The duration of this course, say suppose it is 2 hours. So I will select the time value and I will put the course duration over here. I can select the time value as minutes because we know some courses are of very shorter duration videos wherein you can have the time value set up in minutes and you can enter the whether it is half an hour, whether it is 45 minutes, you can enter that as well. But right now I will just put the time value as hours and I will leave the duration as 2 hours. Then coming to the expiration rule, if you see, there is something called as unit type. So the unit type over here, we can select what? We can select other available unit type. So if you see, these are the three available unit types that we have: continuing education, continuous professional development, and course unit. But we have also created a custom unit type, which is the continuing education test. I can select this, I can select any other value, and you can put the unit value of anything that we want over here. Like suppose it expires after how much time? It expires after 3 months or something like that. So we can enter that value as well. But right now I will go to other units and I will see, I will put it as course units over here and I will enter the unit value as something as 2, which implies that there are 2 course unit that is available. Similarly, you can add the course cost over here, like how much amount is that particular course the employee has to pay or the company has to pay. Based on that, you can add it over here. And some competencies if you have, based on what is your job profile, your skill level. If there is some many competencies set up in the system, then you can select that as well. So I will put the category as skill and compliance, right? I will put something as organization as a competency, and you can see some details comes up, and this is mainly coming from the setup of the competencies, which is a part of talent and performance module, wherein we configure the competencies and we will configure the description of the competencies as well, which will then come up over here. And if you want to enforce any lesson order, if you check over here, you can check over here the lesson order, what it is there. And then we need to add some lessons to make sure that all the lessons followed in a particular order. Like suppose if I put the external content as the first lesson over here, the lesson order is coming as 1 over here, and then I can add one more lesson, that is suppose acknowledgement that you have completed the particular lesson. It will come as the lesson order number 2. You can change the order and you can also make the changes to that particular order if you think the order is not as per the sequence. So we need to give, if it is selecting an external content, I need to give the content URL, which can be a video from the YouTube, or it can be, as we discussed last time, it can be from any external server, provided it is compatible with the Workday system and it is in public mode, so that the employees can go and view the videos over here. And we can put the title of that video, that is a free text that we can add it over here as well. But right now I am not, as it is mainly from the our learning perspective, I will not enter any video links over here, so I will just delete it right now. And we only have the acknowledgement statement, and you can enforce the lesson order, and you can say some, write an acknowledgement statement stating that, for example, I have completed the compliance training course. Okay, so you can add the acknowledgement statement over here. Lesson order, I'm making it as 1 because right now we have only one lesson. And the title, I can make it as completion of compliance training. You can enter all these details over here. Then whenever you are adding any comment, okay, the field acknowledgement check may, I will just add it over here. Yes, checkbox is what will come in the checkbox. I will just put it at as yes. And whenever we create a particular course over here, you see there are a lot of details that we need to fill up, and it depends upon, we can add an image, we can add the topics and one security group and various skills and some other details of the duration, the expiration, the competencies, and all these details we need to enter, and then only our course will be created. So at an initial first glance it might seem there are a lot of information, but all this information, if you're working on an implementation side, then it will be given by your process owners who own the learning module of the company, and they will give you all the details of the courses if it is a new course. And if it is already an existing course which is maintained in their third party system, then that needs to be integrated into Workday. So this is about creation of a course. I will click on submit. I am getting an error of, okay, I will make the lessons mandatory over here because the lessons are not, okay, I have only added one lesson. So this is the acknowledgement. I will add a survey over here, and survey I will put it as mandatory, and let me see if there are any surveys present in the tenant or not. So there is no survey. So what we will do, we will quickly try to make changes to submit this particular course. I can give a media, I can give an external content. So media also I will need to upload a particular file. If you see over here, so that is the media that I need to fill. I will rather make it media instead of going and creating a survey. So the media is here, media title. I will just put it as testing learning module. You can add a description over here if you want the media lesson title, something to have a description, but as it is a non-mandatory field, I will keep the description as blank right now. And in the media, if you go, I will go to my computer, and I have some lessons over here, the learning test. Let me just put it as a doc file and let me submit. So if you see, I'm able to submit my learning course that I created. It shows me that the compliance training is successfully completed, and it will have the details of the course. It will ask me to create another course, or it will ask me to edit the particular course that I have created. And based on that, if I scroll down in my file over here, I can see the details, the duration, everything is mentioned. So in this way, a learning course can have multiple details. It can be linked to the competency, the course unit, as well as the costing part, and you can have a media attached to it. You can have a survey. You can have an external content URL to be attached to it. So this way, we will know how to create a course, and most importantly, we have to configure the business process that is required while creating the course. Not only the course, based on any learning components that you are creating, you have to create the business process as well. Okay, so we'll move to our presentation, and going forward, we will see that we have created this learning course. We have created a digital course. As you remember, okay, we can set the, yep. So we can attach a pre-built standalone lessons. We can set the completion rule. We can exclude from recommendation. We can add all those detail. And if you want to add any instructor-led components, like if there is an instructor, we can schedule sessions via Zooms or Teams, or we can have a version control, to track the updates. Like for example, if it is an annual policy refresher wherein an employee is supposed to go through the company policy every year and they need to complete the company policy. So in those cases also we can have this blended course edition. So the course, it can be, important thing to remember is it can be a digital course, it can be a blended course, and we have seen how we can create a course, and we need to enter all the details that are required, and in that way the learning component of a course can be created. Now coming to the next learning component, it is a program. So in program, it is actually a curated learning path. For example, it is a data analytics certification program that we have. In that cases, we can have a program and we can create a program, and we have seen how we can create a course. We can bundle the two or three or more than that courses into a particular program. So the main thing to understand over here is program is a combination of multiple courses. And whenever you do any courses, you bundle that with a program. You can add your certification to require 80% completion for badges. That an employee will get a certification, will get a certificate, or will get a completion badge if they score more than 80%. of the score. Like in Workday certifications, also we will get a badge issued by Credly only if we score more than 80%, 80 or more than 80% of marks. If we do not score 80 and the score is less than 80, then we will be marked as not passed and we may need to recertify ourselves or reappear for the examination. So one of the use case for these programs, it can be a leadership development track for managers wherein they have some multiple course content like team management and how to manage a small team or how to manage the behavior of the team, and all those details they can add into that particular certification program or the learning program, and it will have multiple courses attached to it. So we will quickly navigate to the system and we will see how we can create a learning program. So the way to create is, but first I will create the business process definition of learning program. I go to this task and what is my business process type. If I do not know the exact name, I will just search by the keywords that is program. And if you see over here, we have a managed program business process. So I will click on manage program business process. I will click on OK. And you see the steps are coming over here. We have a initiation step. For time being, it is okay that it needs to have a process flow. So we are just making sure that whenever it is initiated or whenever you click on submit, this business process will be triggered, and the initiation step is the completion step. So there is no additional workflow right now that we have configured for creating a learning course, program, or anything. So you can just directly go to this particular field and you can click on OK. So our business process is created and we should not receive any error message for this manage program creation. So if you remember that we have assigned the learning admin security to this particular user that we are testing, and how they can create a program is navigating over here and clicking on the learning admin. They have this program. We also have an option to create a survey. If you remember in the learning lesson, it was asking for a survey. So we can create the survey from here and you can add it in your particular learning lesson to include. You need to enforce the lesson and you can add those details. So right now we will just create a survey over here. You see there is a create a new survey or copy an existing. So just I will skip this for time being. I need to create the program first. I go to the program. I will put it some program name as Workday Learning Training. So if you want to go to the Workday Learning Training, what is your skill level that you need? You are a beginner, so I'm adding it as a beginner. So this is a Workday Learning Training that is provided by Zarentech. So I will put it the name as ZT to identify what learning training. I will make it more easy to understand. I will put it as learning module training because learning is a module that we are doing and we learn all the modules. So that is why I will add in the description, this program is only for learning. Over here I can add it in the mention it over here, this program is only for learning, and then I can add the skills over here as well, the skills that we have, the recommended skills we can have. So I have a skill as Workday Learning, it comes up, I will click over here. I can click the language. If you remember while creating the lesson, I will add it as English United States. There are some topics that we have. So this is important because in a program it can have multiple topics, and what all topics we can have. We created a learning topic in the beginning, and you can see we have management, we have IT solutions, so we have health and safety. So I will add couple of learning topics over here. Okay, and there are security categories also. And if you go to security category, you have the all learners that we have, and you can click on all learners. And we have the option over here as well to exclude from recommendation, to exclude from search and browse. And but we will not uncheck these boxes because we need them to be included in the recommendation and the search and browse. So we will keep it as it is. So version I can mention it as 1 is the version over here, and over here we have the effective date. As of we can have a contact as well for Heather Jennings. I will add the contact as Heather Jennings. I will add the similar thing as time value of hours, and we can put the program duration as 2 hours. And similarly, we can have the cost, we can have the competency, all the other details. You will see that most of them are the same. And yeah, just the cover, status, program name. So program number, if it is a program number, I will make the number something to be identified easily. Workday Learning 101 is something is a program number that I have. And yeah, I can add the cost, I can add the competences as well over here, and I can add the expiration rules based on when we want the program to get expire or what content we want to add. And we can enter all those details and we can click on submit over here. We have an error. Let's see what is the error. Add one or more content items. Okay, I think something we have missed over here. Okay, yeah. So the same thing that we have, we need to add one or more content. So what is the content that I need to add? I need to add a digital course. Why it is a digital course? I will show you how it is. So digital course is nothing but that we have created. If you see over here, compliance training we created. So I will add it as a digital course and see all the details of the compliance training is getting populated over here. And I will put it to recognize all the course completion, all previous completions and everything. I will put it and I will just click on, yeah, that's it. But yeah, I need to make the content order as 2 because why I will need to add one more lesson over here. The lesson that we have, I will make the content as one of this particular lesson. And from here, I can go to the lesson and we have the cybersecurity basics that we created. So I will select it over here and you see this is the one that we have created for ZT training and every detail. So I keep on adding the descriptions with the prefix of ZT so that we identify that it is created by us. Now see there is a difference over here. This is a lesson, so it requires successful completion. These fields are limited over here, but when you come to a course, you need to have enrollment approval because course is something that you need to enroll yourself and it requires your successful completion and expiration dates, that all those details are a part of the course functionality that we have in Workday, and we need to make those changes. So this is the way how we can create the learning program. I click on submit. Okay, my bad. So all previous completions. So what recognize it will have previous completion? Yes, we will recognize all the previous completion. So if it's something that you have completed earlier, so the system will also recognize that you have completed this on a particular date, and then this is how it is appearing. So just click on submit over here. I have an alert. We will not skip any such alerts. Okay, it's just so if you see the alert, it says that one or more content items have associated topics that does not match the program topic. So it is an alert. It is saying that this does not match because it is not a hard stop. It is just an alerting us, but that's okay because the courses or the program that you created, it needs to be matching with some of the details. But right now we are just creating different courses, different trainings and different learning programs, so that is okay. We can ignore this alert for the time being, and the alert will not stop us from submitting this thing. So I clicked on the details over here, and over here I have submitted manage learning program. It is created over here and it is getting submitted. So if I see the process over here, you see that step completed, manage program, and all these details are coming up directly and it is completed. So what we can do right now is we can go to the task view learning program. Okay, there's a view program over here. I can go to all. Oh, okay, we have this different learning programs that we have. Workday Learning Module Training ZT. In IT Solutions, we have Workday Learning Module ZT. Why it is coming linked over here? Because if you remember in this particular learning program that we have created, we have added all these details over here to include. So when you go to the edit program task and you see that how the program is appearing, so duration is 2, program length is 2 items, and it is a self-directed program. that we have. You need to enroll over here if you want to enroll to a program, and it will have the details of the program, like it is, why it is created, why it is a, what type of training it is, and all those details. So the program information will also be displayed over here, and you can see what all the details are coming up over here. So in this way, you can create a Workday learning program, and this is the ZT program that we have. You can go to the edit program. You can select over here and you can click on OK, and you see this the details of the program that we have created. So right now we will cancel, and we see that how our program will appear in the screen and what all details we need to do while enrolling into this particular program. Okay. So this is how we have seen on the learning program, how to create a program, how to view the program, how to view the details. Then we have something as a course offering. So right now we can schedule an offering based on the instructor-led sessions that we have for a blended course. So we can go as a learning admin and we can schedule the offering. The normal configurations that we have to do is for the instructors to assign internal, external facilitators, as well as we need to give a location virtual link, the Zoom meets or the team URLs for the webinars. And the capacity also we need to maintain, like how many employees will be or how many participants will be there in that particular program. And we will enable also the auto enrollment, so that if there is something present, employees that are or the participants that are awaiting their part to take part in this particular program, they can check it as well. So this is one of the other course offerings which we will see. But first we will see what are the other kind of courses that we can do. So this is the post creation management, wherein we can edit the offerings. Just we can edit the program, lesson, or course, and we can add the fees for extended learners via the extended enterprise, which is a different set of learning, and it allows us to adjust the pricing of all the learning content. So that's it from the theoretical part of the learning component. So we will see now how we can create the various offerings.
So there are some steps to schedule it. First, we need to go to the learning admin, and from there we have to schedule the offering. And what we need to configure over here are for the instructors, they need to assign internal, external facilitators who need to be present during the course whenever it is going, and they need to add a Zoom link or a Zoom Teams link if there is. And for some webinars, like if you have attended the training session, you might be aware that they provide us a Zoom link and it is shared with all the candidates. And after that, you can join the meeting through the Zoom meeting link. And then you'll have the URLs for the webinars, the capacity. It can be, you can set a minimum or maximum learners. It can be 10 to 25 number of participants in a particular meeting. And coming to the enrollment area, we can enable the auto enrollment. Like suppose the capacity is 25, and you see that there are 40 candidates who have like the 25 candidates have already enrolled and the class is full, and there are still 10 to 15 candidates who have expressed their interest and who are waiting to get enrolled into that particular offering. Then you can also do that by an option of auto enrollment. So now we will navigate to the tenant and we will see how this course offering can be maintained. So we are logging into the tenant, and we can see from here, like we have enrolled as a learning admin to ourselves. So the first step is go to the menu over here. You have the learning management, you have the learning admin thing over here. Click on the learning admin. Now we have something as offering, schedule offering. Okay, we have schedule offering. We have managing the learning content. We have managing the wait listing, managing topics, learning equivalency rules, and learning certification rules. So we will see them one by one on what are the meaning of this, all these tasks that are present. So we'll go to the schedule offering over here. Now you need to schedule an offering. So if there is any offering that we have created, you can search it from here. But let me just, okay, we can also schedule the offering from here, schedule offering or schedule course offering. We can do it from here as well. So I will select this task, schedule course offering. It is asking me to select a course. So I have many topics over here. There are no topics that are created. There is some delivery mode. There is no delivery mode also we have created. So let me see, like I think we need to create a course first. We already have created a course. So I'm just trying to
see the course that we have created, why it is not showing up. We can go to the edit course and we can see what are the courses that we have created. Delivery mode is self-directed. Okay, self-directed, and the other is topics. The topic is IT solutions and this thing. So what we need to do, the first thing, if we need to create a offering, we need to schedule an offering wherein I say that it is a blended course. That means if you remember during the course session, when we are going to create a course, we have two options. One is a digital course and one is a blended course. So we have only created the digital course to understand how the course creation works in Workday. But right now, as we want to schedule the offering, we will select the create blended course. So blended course, there will be an instructor and you need to attend that course. And it is not something that is self-directed. It is something that is an instructor who will be guiding you on who will be training you and who will be taking your assessment. Okay. Now let's give us the course content as Workday LMS, the course title. Skill level, I will give it as beginner. Let me to differentiate, make it as blended so that I understand that this is a blended course that I have created. Okay, we need to add a description over here. This is for ZT training. I can add the course. You can have some topics over here. You see the topics that coming over here that we have created. We have management, we have skills, we have IT solutions, we have many other topics that are coming over here. So I will select the topic as IT solution. There's a security category. Security category we have done, we can do it as all learners. So if you remember what is the security category of all learners, over here you can click on that link and you will see that learning security category is all learners who are, it is not a segment based group or it is not something a security group, just it is a category of all employees. So we will put it as learners, we'll put the skills over here by category. Okay, recommended. Here I always go to the recommended. See, learning management system, Workday software. Okay, based on the name that you give, it will suggest you some of the skills. So that is the feature of Workday which gives you, you don't need to search your skills that are required to complete a particular course. You can select it from the suggestions. Come to the language, it's United States. I'm not disabling or I'm not excluding any of these because we have seen that whenever you want to do the recommendations or whenever you want the system to prompt you for the recommendations or search and browse, then we should not select this unless and until it is explicitly given by your customer that I do not want this particular digital course or branded course to be included in the recommendation. We should not make any changes to it. So I can make the effective date 9/24 contacts. I will give the contact name over here as I'm creating as of the date needs to be as of time value as we have seen. Let me do it in days. How many days? Let me do it as 5 days. Enable auto enrollment from waitlist. Yes. What is this auto enrollment from waitlist? As I said, like suppose we have over here minimum enrollment capacity. Minimum is 10, for example, maximum is 25. Waitlist capacity. How many waitlist capacity I can do? I can do it as a 10 employees that can be waitlisted for this particular learning content. So I can make the waitlist capacity as 10 over here, or I can make it as unlimited capacity if it is something kind of a webinar which you might have attended that many employees or the entire organization employees they join a particular program or the webinar. But right now I'll just put the waitlist capacity as 10 over here and I can make the enable auto enrollment. So auto enrollment from waitlist capacity is 10. More than 10 you are not into the waitlist category. So if there are 45 candidates who have enrolled in this particular course, then 25 are already the maximum capacity. Then it can waitlist only for 10 people and till 35 candidates they can accommodate. It will not accommodate the last 10 candidates if you have 45 candidates that have enrolled in a particular course. And if I want everyone to enter, I can click unlimited capacity. So it depends on how I want my waitlisting feature for this particular learning course to work out. Okay, now there is some version schema. You can add some version schema over here, like which version of this course it is. So I can create the version schema as schema name. I will put it as 1.0 so that I know that this is my first version. Okay, my major version is 0, increment is major version is 1 and increment is 1. Okay, so this is the first version, and in second version it will be 2, like that. So it will get incremented, all the versions will be incremented by 1, as we know that we have, whenever we have any initial draft, then we make some version changes and we can make those changes accordingly. Now, coming to the expiration rules, we have seen that we have the units, we have the cost, competencies, and all those details we have. Now, most important in this blended course, we will have some instructor-led lessons. We can select the allowed locations, in-person classroom or in-person classroom and virtual classroom. Okay, so we can select over here for training activities, select allowed assessors. So you can give who all are the instructors over here. So there are no instructor over here. So let me just see. Okay, if I go to the view learning instructor and learning instructor, there are no instructors over there. So you need to configure the learning instructor as well if you want to make any addition to the learning instructor. Let me just check the security for this learning instructor. Okay, as I know that the learning instructor, if you see over here, we can go to the business process security policy of this learning instructor, and there is create external learning instructor. So there is, I will add it as home learning admin. Learning admin can create an external assessor. Learning admin can add an internal instructor as well. So this, it was not set up, so I am just setting the security for the learning instructor. I did it for external instructor, and now I will do it for create internal learning instructor over here. It is based on a business process, so the BP of initiating action, you can see we have this details over here. Okay, so business process policy, I will go to the edit over here, and we can see who can initiate edit learning instructor. Okay, this is create. So I will go to create, who can create, a learning admin can create. Who is learning admin? The profile by which I have logged in is a learning admin. So I have done my security changes, and whether it will reflect automatically, no. I have to do what? I have to activate the pending, activate. I have to activate the pending security policy changes, and I will add to put security enabled for internal and external learning instructors. So we will enable the security as per our activating whatever changes we have made. You see over here, it came as who has done, manage internal, manage external. So I click on OK, and my security policy is activated. So if I go to the task, create learning, instruct, create internal, create external. Okay, external learning users. Okay, there is no, I will give it to some internal right now. Okay, internal learning instructor is what? Internal learning is someone from this particular tenant that we can give. And if you're loading something internal who is not a part of this company, who is something from outside, who is something from the Workday vendor side. Okay, so I will select the internal as someone, suppose Mark Navarro, Director Sales Operations. I click on that internal learning instructor and I click on submit. You see it is added over here. So I move to my blended course, I move to the internal, I see Mark Navarro coming over here as the instructor. So who is the instructor? Who is my internal in of this tenant? Who is the internal company employee who is giving you the training? I can say that it is something you can think of as internal Workday training, not the direct training from Workday. Similarly, you can create the assessors as well who can do similarly. The assessors are not set up. You can set up the assessors and you can add their names as well as for the locations. You can go and I see, suppose like if London is the location. Okay, I have so many London, but you will have only one London in your real life tenant. Okay, so let's see, can I submit this? Let's see if I can submit this or not. No, I cannot set the learning because, okay, instructor-led classroom webinar session. See, we have missed something over here. Okay, the lesson details. So allowed assessors are only for training activity, but for instructor-led session, we need to select allowed locations as in-person classroom and instructors for both in-person and virtual classroom. Okay, so I will go over here and I will just remove who are the instructors and who are my location, because you see if it is instructor-led session, then we can select the allowed locations in-person classroom, and the instructors that we can have in-person and virtual classroom as well. It can be both of them. So I will just click on submit now and see whether it is allowing to my details to be submitted. Yes, I'm able to create a blended course over here. Why? Because it is a managed course business process and I'm able to do it. So it is just giving me the option to create a blended course. Now we were looking at schedule offering. See, I just selected on schedule offering. Let me start it again from here, learning management, learning admin. If I go here, and my option was to schedule the offering. Which offering? This blended course will come over here. Earlier, there was no details that were coming up because it was not a blended course. It was just a normal digital course, self-directed course. But this is a blended course and it is instructor-led course. And you see that it is coming over here. So I can select this. I can see what is a blended course, what all details are there. Okay. So self-directed kind of thing it is mentioned over here, and you can see you can enroll your team as well in this particular course. Okay, so we have seen how we can create the course offering, schedule the offering, we can configure instructors, and we can give the locations something as Zoom link or something like that, and we can do the changes accordingly. Now creating the course offering after post creation, how we can manage, we can edit the offerings, we can adjust the date, or we can convert to hybrid formats. We can make any changes of 5 days or we can make it to 4 days, and all of the details we can edit after our offering is created. Now coming back to the pricing and all, we can add the fees as well for the offerings that we have in place, so that if it is something as an external course, the employees or the company need to pay to the vendor or the training provider some amount based on how many candidates have enrolled into a particular course. Okay, so that's it on the learning components, and we have seen how to create a program course, how to schedule an offering, and all those details. So now we will start with the Workday Media Cloud, Workday Drive, and Workday Media Cloud. So agenda for session is we need to manage and share the Drive files. How we can do that, how we can do the management of sharing and driving files, how we can create video interaction, and also how we can create the video playback option, the configuration of that, and managing the video transcripts and captions, integrating with external tools and troubleshooting, and what are the best practices. We also have a case study and summary to understand what all details we have learned and how it is going to be helpful to us. So the overview is Workday Drive is a cloud storage for normally for all the learning content that we have, and it can be based on some documents, some videos, and it can be some images as well that we can do. So basically, Drive means what? Drive is a cloud-based document management system. When I say cloud storage, and it is maintained within Workday, and similar to something we have seen in Google Drive or in OneDrive in Microsoft, but it is integrated with Workday, HCM, and financials. So in what happens in Workday Drive is that employees and HR teams, they could upload, store, and organize the documents, whatever they have, like it can be the training material, course content, and anything. And security and permissions of that, it will be integrated with Workday security groups, ensuring only the right people have those access. And we also have something in B that can be integrated directly into a Workday business process and so on. So the key actions that we have while uploading files, we need to ensure that the formats MP4, PDF, PPT, doc for images. And the limits, yes, we do have a limits. The limit of the videos is 20 GB. If it is a document that you have, it is 30 MB. And if it is images, you will have it as 10 MB. How we can organize that, how we can organize all this detail, we can create a folder. Like for example, if you create a folder for compliance training, we can create a folder for suppose cybersecurity basics or something as new hire onboarding training. So it will help us to organize and find out which content needs to be used when. And now coming to the sharing options, the permissions, they can view, read only, or they can edit and modify, delete. And what are the steps that can do? They can select a file, they can add the user and set the permissions. So the best practices of managing and sharing Drive is that we can use the shared with me tab to track the shared content, to know which all users you have shared that particular document or video or images. And we need to ensure the domain security settings of the drive, it is aligned with whatever the user is having the access. It is based on the user access as well. So now we can create some video interactions in the system, and the supported interactions are normally what would be the supported interaction. It will be the multiple choice quiz, and it can also be open response question, and it can also be a timestamp pause for reflection, so that you just see what all details are there in the system, and you can check, whether you have some multiple choice questions that are there, or you have some open-ended questions. And it is normally helpful because how it happens is that Workday Learning normally it supports a variety of content standards and the learning interactions, and it is mainly for the user engagement to deliver training experience. Okay, so now suppose for example for the learning content interactions, we have many such content like SCOM, we have AICC, we have a whole PDF and everything. So you can, you can check, you can have built-in or SCOM based interactive test or assessment, and you can have some ratings as well, and you can schedule those sessions, you can manage the rosters and everything you can do over here. So what are the steps to add interactions is, we need to upload a video by learning admin in the create lesson, and we can add the media, edit the media, we can add the interaction that we want to do. And then what we need to do, we can configure the multiple type, choice or a checkbox type question based on what is the requirement. We can configure that as well based on what interactions we want. And timing, we can set when the interaction appears, that is 2 minutes 30 seconds. So suppose a course has started, and after 3 minutes or after 5 minutes you want the course, the content to ask you some questions after 5 minutes. So you can set the time when the interaction will appear. And if it is there is something as passing score, you can define the thresholds as well. To suppose say that 80% is the passing marks, and you need to score 80% to qualify for a particular certification or to pass that particular examination. And also when something is played, the video is played, we can also enable the prevent skipping to ensure that all the employees have viewed the full video. Like for example, there is something on the cybersecurity or AI content is there. So normally the employees, they will be in a hurry to complete that particular training. So what they do is they just skip the video and they just go to the questions and answer it on the interactions page, so that they see that the course is completed. But in Workday, we can also enable the prevent skipping to ensure that all the employees have viewed the full content and they did not skip any part of it. And you can also have some message added, that if you skip, your course should be marked as incomplete, or some other customized messages can be displayed as well. So use case of this is suppose as we have a cybersecurity video to test how much the employees understand about cybersecurity. You can put a question answers at 3 minutes or 5 minutes to see that how the employees or the participants respond to it. So now we have something how we can configure the video playback options. And it is normally in Workday, how it happens is we have adaptive streaming, and based on that, what happens is it adjusts the video quality, and it also checks the bandwidth of the video and the internet connection that you have. And then you can make you can see how the playback will be happening over there. And you can also do some key settings, suppose the video format that is supported, it is commonly used as MP4, and we also have some movie kind of MOV kind of file formats that can also be uploaded. But for video links or for streaming, we can use Vimeo, YouTube, or some other external site like Panopto. The videos from that links can be also embedded. And in the playback features, we can have an in-browser player as well, wherein no download is needed and it directly plays in Workday Learning. You can resume where you left off, like it tracks the learner progress if they exit midway. And playback controls, it can have some standard features like play, pause, and volume and full screen, so that you have various options of how to play that back. And autoplay is something like disabled to comply with the accessibility standards. And also you will have the mobile optimization, so that nowadays most of the employees and all, they use the mobile, and they have the video content or the learning content to be displayed in the mobiles for ease of tracking and for their own benefit. Now, if you're just interacting with a video, you can do the bookmarks. They can mark the points in the video for quick return. Like we can also have the pause video to ask the questions that they are doing, and admins can also set some completion rules and recommendations, and all those details can be added over here. So in short, basically Workday LMS, it supports your uploading, streaming, embedding, interactive playback, action and analytics for videos, and it is mainly flexible for compliance training, micro learning, and kind of social learning as well. So the configuration steps of this is we need to enable the HLS. Normally, how it will be applied for MP4 videos greater than 70 s 720p, and then the next part is we restrict the downloads. So we can toggle, we can toggle allow download to off in Media Cloud, and then we can also set the aspect ratio to 19:16:9 for a great optimal display. So now when we say that we are enabling the HLS, so what is HLS? So HLS, it is normally known as HTTP live streaming. It is a video streaming protocol that is given by Apple. So instead of downloading a single video file, what it does is the HLS, it breaks the content into small chunks and it adapts the quality, the bit rate, depending upon the learner is using an iPhone or an Android or any desktop, whatever they are using, and based on the network speed, the bandwidth, it makes the changes accordingly. At the HLS feature, it gives a smooth playback, less buffering, and better mobile performance as well. Okay, now how can we enable that? HLS is mainly one of the most critical thing, because Workday doesn't let you flip a direct enable HLS switch in the tenant UI. Instead, what it is done is it is handled through a video upload and hosting settings. So you have an upload source. If you upload an MP4 directly to Workday Learning, what Workday does is that it automatically transcodes and it serves it as a HLS for adaptive streaming. So that is for the MP4 video that you are directly uploading. Okay. It is automatically applied. Like what it does is automatically transcodes and it serves as as an HLS. But if you embed some external links from YouTube, Vimeo, then these platforms usually deliver video over HLS already. So whether you upload a video or you embed an external link, so it will be in the mode of HLS, which is HTTP live streaming. Now, transcoding and formats is what in Workday's content delivery network. It transports the uploaded MP4 into HLS format, and it is normally behind the scenes, something kind of a background thing that happens that we learners don't see, but the playback is optimized for desktop, tablet, and mobile. Okay, so for tenant side configuration, it is the Workday tenant needs to be learning enabled and media services active. So we have many benefits of this HLS mainly in Workday Learning. What it does is it adjusts the video quality automatically. It works well on iOS, Android, browsers, everything. And it also has an efficient bandwidth use, and it is ideally good for global nerds. And it is also compliance ready because it tracks the completion along with optimizing playback. So what extra is needed? Like it gives you a benefit of good playback option, and it also maintains the compliance. So that is the best thing that it can be expected from a learning software. The best practices is we can compress the SCOM files to reduce the load time. We can use the media importer for bulk uploads over here, and that is will help us to see what kind of data it is loaded. So there are some automated features, and some automated features that we have in Workday Learning is the AI transcriptions. So what the AI transcription does? So in AI transcription, we auto-generate for, it is already auto-generated for uploaded videos. So it automatically converts the spoken content, whatever is there in training videos or webinars or virtual classroom, into test transcripts. So, you'll have the text over there. It automatically converts, and Workday Learning, it supports the accessibility, it has the searchability and the learner engagement as well. So when we normally upload a video, an MP4 or SCOM file, Workday, it can generate the transcripts automatically because it uses the machine learning and AI speech to text services to process the audio. And the transcript, how it is generated is it is auto-generated transcript based on timestamp, and learners can search within transcripts and jump to an exact points in the video where they think it is important or where they think they have missed some important points. And it also supports multiple languages. If it is enabled, then you can have a German, French, or Arabic option as well. Now, when we say as closed captions, it is normally along with the transcripts, the AI what it does, it provides captions and it is something of SRT files and there is another VTT files that sync with video playback. And the captions that can be auto-generated or it can be uploaded manually by the admins as well. And speaking from the admin front, the admin controls that we have, they can edit the transcripts and they can fix the accuracy of that, and it has an option to enable or disable auto transcription per video. So integrations for AI transcriptions and the benefits is that it meets the compliance for hearing impaired learners. It has the learners can search the keyword across the video content and they can also skip the transcripts and or follow with the captions. And as it supports a multi-language learning via AI translations of transcript, it has a global reach as well. So coming to the next point is how do we edit the captions? So normally we'll navigate to the media cloud and we'll select the video and we will edit the captions over there. We can modify the text or we can upload the custom .srt files. We can support multi-language in Spanish, French via separate SRT files. And as I said, we can have the searchability of it based on the transcriptions, making the video content whatever we have, it is based on some keyword and we can search it. So for example, if you have a ADA compliant captions for the onboarding videos, that is one of the use case for this particular video transcripts. So integration with the external tools, so we have the edit videos with the text-based tools and AI overdub. The Vimeo we record that we have it shared polished video securely. Then there is screencasting as well to record the screen webcam for the Chrome users. So then we have the Workday compatibility wherein we embed the third-party content like the Vimeo links or Workday link or YouTube links into the Workday courses. And also there's an option to use external enterprise to manage what the external learner will have the access to. So there are some troubleshootings and best practices. What common issues we face is that there's some missing file. We need to check the drive domain security settings in those cases where you see that some files are missing from the drive. We also have playback errors wherein we need to verify the video format. And normally, as I said earlier as well, that .mp4 is the most recommended format for videos. And caption sync when we need to re-upload the .srt files if there is some timestamp like the video is moving forward or the transcript is moving forward. In those cases, we have to re-upload the SRT file so that it aligns with the timestamp. So there are some pro tips that we have. So what does in pro we can have a tips is that we can use the touchpoint kits to map the system interaction that we have, and we can tag the assets with the skills cloud for AI driven recommendation, because the skills cloud will give you what are the recommended skills for you based on it as it is AI driven. So one of the case study is a company reduced their onboarding time by 40% using Workday Drive for centralized content and interactive videos, because it is very efficient and it just come to your inbox whenever an employee is hired and they need to complete that and they need to submit that. And if it is not done within a specific period of time, it will trigger an alert to the HR or the manager and they will follow up with the employee to make sure that they are within compliance and they are completing the training within the stipulated time frame. Yeah, so we will next see on the summary table of what are the different features and the key benefits. So when we have the drive sharing feature, so what we have in this. So in this, what it does is it does the role-based access for secure collaboration. We have something, the concept of drive, as I said, it is a kind of shared digital repository where learning content is stored and it is managed, and it acts as a central space, right, for organizing, collaborating, and distributing learning assets such as your courses, videos, your SCOM packages or job aids and documents. And the drive, it makes it easier as well for the teams, for the learning admins, or for the content creators to collaborate on the course materials that is present. So Workday Learning also, it supports multiple ways of sharing drive content, and it can be directly shared with the individual or the groups that are there, or we can have the permissions to view only, edit, or we can have something as co-manage as well. And in the role-based access, the content can be shared directly with the security roles like learning admin and the other security groups, the manager or something like that. It can be shared with them as well. Also, it is useful for compliance for global programs. So the use cases of normally is a kind of, we have a cross-functional collaboration from HR team, learning and development team, and the SMEs. They can create the training material in OneDrive. They can co-create actually. And as it is being a central repository, it holds standardized compliance courses and shared with regional HR teams. Now coming to the video interactions in Workday Learning, it goes beyond simple video playback, and what it supports interactive video experiences. So by that, what happens is that your learning becomes more engaging and it becomes more measurable. The benefit of that is, we have the enhanced engagement with quizzes, and there are pause at some point of time to rethink of all the options. So the basic video playback is learner can stream uploaded videos directly within Workday Learning. We can have the options as playback controls, playback speed adjustment, and resume where you left off. In interactions or in interactive video features, we can have quizzes and knowledge checks, multiple choice, true false or short answer question. We can have the decision points wherein learners they can choose different paths within the video based on the response that they have. For example, in a compliance training, if they are having a video and they select yes or no, it directs the learners to a different follow-up content. And yeah, so it will be helpful, for engagement tracking and monitor pauses and rewinds and everything. So video interaction can have n number of features that is present in Workday Learning. Now, coming to the next point is the playback settings. So in Workday Learning, it offers a flexible video playback settings, and it gives the learners to a smooth and accessible experience while giving admin control over compliance and completion tracking. The video streaming modes, it can be a progressive download from MP4 or MOV file. It can be a standard video playback where the file streams as it loads. It is suitable for smaller videos and offline friendly access. We have learned about the adaptive streaming or the HLS HTTP live streaming. What it does is it breaks video into the smaller segments and adjusts dynamically based on the bandwidth. It ensures smoother playback for global and mobile learners. We have the learner controls, play, pause, and seek. The admins can disable fast forwarding for compliance courses. And we have the volume and mute, PIP mode, which is picture in picture mode to support various browsers. We have the closed captions of uploading caption files, SRT files, or VTT files, and the transcripts. As we learned, we can generate the auto generated within the AI transcriptions. And we can also have the worst percentage requirement, like admin can define how much video must be viewed, either 80% or 100% for completion, and they can also do the knowledge checks embedded into the system, which is nothing but the quizzes, which will be there after each topic is completed in Workday Learning. Now, next coming to is the captions, which is normally for ADA compliance and multilingual support. It is, the learner. We have two type of captions, and the captions can be a closed caption. It can be an open caption. So learners can turn captions on and off and delivered as a VTT or SRT files uploaded with video. And open captions is what it burns directly into the video. It is always visible. It is less flexible as compared to the closed captions, but useful when accessibility needs to be enforced. Okay. And the caption management, we can upload the captions during the content creation or the video creation. And we have some AI generated captions as well, where Workday can automatically generate captions via text to speech. I mean, from speech to text, and then admins can edit the transcripts as well before publishing to ensure that accuracy is maintained. Now, some of the use cases, it can be a compliance training, global workforce for multilingual captions, mobile learning, and skill training. Okay, that's it on the topic of the Workday drives. Thank you for joining the session. See you in the next session. So what happens is that in Workday, it enables you and the employees as well to create the standalone lessons, and it does not require any enrollment, so they can take it the course whenever it is required to be taken as a part of employees. Any events that occur, like if they for the new hires, if they need to complete something that within their first 3 months, the new hire onboarding kind of thing, or something like if you have complete 1 year in an organization. Based on that, you can create the various, you can take up the various lessons that are present, that are assigned to you, and you can take them up. So coming to the steps of how we can create that, so we will see the maintain sales item groups task. So why is this important? The sales item group task is, if you go to the tenant over here, we have something as maintain sales item group. Let us see what this task does. So here it is. You can search it by the full name, or you can just click on that maintain sales item groups over here, and you can see there are some item groups that are mentioned. So this is not mainly something only for learning module. It can be used in other use, can be other modules as well, where it is linked to a particular sales item. So over here we can add a sales item group. For example, I will add it over here as, suppose it is Workday Learning. I can add it over here. I need to create a group as well. So suppose I will add it as a general over here. Okay, it is a sales item, so general. So normally we will have this sales item groups categorization of the name as well as the group type as well. So next what we need to, we can create a sales item groups for items that relate to the learning programs and course cost. So sales item is mainly required. Suppose have a you are a company, and there is something that you need training from a different vendor. Suppose you're a company and you are in a agreement with Zanentech to give you a particular training. So in those cases, there will be a sales item that they will be creating, so which will go to the Zanentech. You know that it is a training course that they need to give to you. Sales item, not, it does not mean only some. It needs to be some goods or something kind of thing. A training or a learning program is a kind of service that a company can have in coordination or can have in agreement with another, and they can give it to that. So basically, the companies that are there, that is asking you to give a training to its employee, in those cases the sales item group will be there. So it is normally a part of the finance thing as well as from the other parts as well, wherein they created the invoice, customer invoice and sales invoice. But yeah, in learning also we will have this kind of thing, because if the budget of a particular learning program is, suppose, is something, for example, suppose 3 to 4 lakhs or something like that, so in those cases the company needs to pay to you, right? Needs to pay to the company. So in those cases, they will create a sales item to have a record, and that is where it comes to create it. So now they have in the learning core functional area, we need to create a sales item task, and we need to, sales item can relate to a program as well as they can relate to the cost of that particular program. So if I go to the create sales item task and see how it can be created, so let me just start. So right now I have just created a sales item group and I have just added it over here. But then again, we have something as a task, create sales item. If you see, we have a create sales item task over here. So how it will tell you sales item name. Okay, I will put it as Workday Learning. That is my sales item that needs to be sold. The other types like description and everything and all those things are there. You can leave it blank as they are not mandatory fields. Then there is something of revenue category. So let's make the revenue category as something. I can keep it as on-site training. Okay. And the rest all will just leave it as blank. And because it is mainly from the tracking, if you see there is a revenue category. Revenue category means whatever a company is getting a revenue from based on that. So if you can understand the term revenue, it is mainly from the financial perspective of things. But for learning, if you are giving training to a particular company in your system, it can be tracked as a revenue because your company is generating the revenue from the various trainings that are being conducted. So I click on OK and I created the sales item over here. And if you see, the my Workday Learning is the sales item that I have created. Now moving back to the lab activity, you see there are, we can access this task and there are some sales item that can relate to the program and course cost. All those things are there. So we can add all of it. Now what is there? We have seen what is a learning program and we have seen what is a course, right? So if I see, go back and revise what was my learning program that I have created. Okay, before we move to the learning program and course, I just missed one thing over here. I just added the sales item detail. There is something as a sales item pricing as well. So in the sales item pricing, if you see, first is unit of hours. Unit of measure. What is unit of measure over here? We can put it as hours, right? Because training will be in hours. I will put it as hours. I will not put a alternate unit of measure over here. I will put the currency as suppose USD that will be paid, and unit cost I will pay, make it something realistic, 5,000. I can make it as 2 3. I can make it as 3,000, and you can make it a unit cost as that. You can configure all those other sales item details if you see contract revenue recognition. So we'll not go more into this all details because they are getting mainly from the finance side. So just we will add the cost and we will just leave it, and that is our sales item that we have created, learn to create over here. Then what we will see, the programs and the learning course that we created. If you remember what was the program that we created, if I go to the task over here, you see there is something program over here. Go to all. Let us see if we get the program or not. Okay, we'll see the next thing that we had created. Okay, so learning program. We'll see the course as well that we have done. This is not the program. This is something related to the project. So we will go to the course. From there we can navigate. Let me go to the learning admin over here. If you go to the task view lesson, click on refresh and try it once again. Okay, it was coming from the edit course. So if you go to edit course, we can get what was the course that we have created. So these were some of the topic. If you remember, we had the IT solutions topic. We created one blended LMS topic as well, the course that we created, and also we had a delivery mode. If you see from here, we had a something as compliance training, and we created a Workday LMS blended. So from here, if I take any course, if I go to any course and I take a topic and I do it, suppose compliance training. Okay, I'm updating the current version that we have created on 923, and I can see what is the compliance training that I have created over here. So these are all the details that we have filled up while creating the compliance training course, and you can see that over. I'll just scroll down to see what details we have filled over here. So if you see down, there is something. Yep, there is something as cost. We did not see that cost because we did not create the sales item and all those details. So it required a bit of understanding. It can create some confusion why we are including sales over here. Okay, so you can just use it all sales item. Okay, what was that? We did something as WD. WD learning we have done over here. The currency it came, it is coming over here as 0. So you need to open that in a new tab, the whatever the cost you have created. Okay, so sales item, the sales item pricing, and okay, unit cost. Let's see whether we will add the unit cost as well. So just scroll down over here. Okay, no, it is in the next tab, sales item pricing. We have make it as same, suppose 1500. That's the unit price, and you're giving to 2 employees, so that comes to 3000. So in that cases, I have just given the unit price over here. And if I go to the edit course and if I search on WD, you see my WD learning over here. It gets auto populated the amount. What amount? What is the unit price over there for this particular item? Okay, so in these cases, if you do like this, so Workday, you must have gone through the Workday training, right? So a Workday training will have some amount allocated like $800, or it is something around 3,200 or something like that, depending upon the courses or the blended courses that is taken up by the employees. So they can set the amount as well, and it will charge your company based on how many enrollments, how many people your company is enrolling for that particular course. So based on that, it will be charged. Now think it from a Workday perspective. They are giving the training, that is a revenue for them. Okay, that is generating a revenue for them because there is something they are giving training to all the customers or all the partners, and based on that revenue, they can show it. They can create some sales item category and they can track the revenue as well. So in this way, we can add it over here, and yeah, that's it. We can just add it over here and we can see how the sales item that we have created and how the cost that was assigned to that particular sales item, it has moved, it has flown actually to my this particular course of compliance training, and how much, the amount that I have put over here. So based on this, it can be tracked. So right now I will just click on submit because I have made the changes to this particular course. Okay, so the course details are submitted and it is created. Now coming back to the activity, similarly, you can create a learning program and you can create as well the course, you can add it over here, or the cost that you can add it over here. So go to the task again, and I'm just doing it from the C. I'm the learning admin and I need not create, I need not search the task every time I create a program or course or anything. I need to add it in my dashboard and it will reflect automatically what are the pending items that I need to not what are the pending actually, what all the my frequent list of to do activities that I need to complete. So just come to the learning admin over here and you can see that there are some other options like the program, the course, and everything are there. So we saw the course. So program. Okay, here is it coming as something as edit program, and I go over here. See now my this programs are coming. A program, when you do a program, there can be confusion, especially when I just searched couple of minutes back. So program is something that can be linked to a project. What is project? Project is linked to work the finance kind of thing, or work the project is linked over there. So if you see such things that, so and suppose normally you will not have access, if you're learning admin you will not, and your company is using Workday Learning as well as Workday Finance, you will not see multiple names by the name of project. But yeah, in case if you see, if you are an admin, or if you're a HR admin, you are a finance admin, and you are seeing all those things, so just just make sure that there are some terms that are used in different modules differently. So this is my program that I have created. So what was the program? Let me go to health and safety. If you see Workday Learning Module Training ZT, this is the program that I had created earlier. For the IT solutions, if you see, it is coming the same because we have added all these courses into my particular program. So I will select that ZT program over here. I will click on OK. And what I will do is, okay, you see it comes in an edit mode. So go to the task edit program and you can see it. It's not like, okay, so here it comes. What is my cost item, right? There are many sales item created because the finance team also, they might be using the same tenant. And so just I'm searching by the code that I have added as WD Learning, and you see that my cost of this particular program is 1500. This is what I have set up in the system. So in this way, we have done how we can create a sales item, how we can add a cost to that, and how that cost can be associated to my particular course or to my program that I have present in my tenant. Or else, if you already have some cost associated or the sales item created while creating a program or while creating the course, you can just add it over there. So it will reflect. Okay, now this is my learning program. This is my course. Now see the revenue category field I have shown. It is what it says. It says that revenue category is secure to the common financial management because sales and revenue, profit and loss, all these things are a part of Workday Finance. In normal finance terms, also they are part of finance, not only in Workday Finance, but generalized finance terms. So see the revenue category we have seen, we have created learning course, we have created the learning course offerings as well, and we can manage the learning content, we can create standalone lessons such as videos and documents. We have seen all those how we have created. We have, so just let me see whether that lesson is present or not. Okay, we have seen the program that we have created, we associated the sales item to it or the cost to it. We have seen the course we have created. Now we will see the lesson that we have created. So how can we see edit lesson? Okay, I'll go to edit lesson. So if you see the lessons, it comes under IT solution. We have this lesson created, right? Cybersecurity basics. So we have already seen how to create these things, and what we are doing. We just added a blank doc over here just for testing. If you see all these details is what we have added. So we have already seen these details on how it can be created. So I will just click on submit over here. Okay. So lessons also we have seen. We can lessons we have added a document. as a learning catalog, as a single lesson to see that what can be there. So that is what we have done. You have seen the document that was attached to my particular lesson that I have created. So learning program also is done. We have seen that we can share the media files. We have learned the details in the Workday Media and Drive sections on what all details can be added and everything. Now there is something as edit learning content. We can also create and edit a learning content, and it can be instructor course or it can be an learning course. It can be of the content. Okay, so we can also manage the external content and media content, and similarly we can mass enroll workers, know, using the mass action of the learning catalog, how we can mass enroll those details. So we can see that at a later part on how the mass enrollment happens once we complete all other details that are present in this particular topic. And if you are a manager, you can also enroll your team to a particular learning content. View the course, view digital course, and everything you can do. And the enrollment limit of the mass enroll task is 1 lakh, but they recommend it to 1 lakh. It is not something that there will be a lot of participants in the training sessions, and it might create a chaos. And the recommendation is to just keep it the number of the enrollment to 1000. And Workday categorizes the courses as required learning, and this on the learning dashboard they can see what all are the what all are the course content they are supposed to take in the coming future, and those all will be reflecting in the learning dashboard of the employees. Okay, so now let's go to the tenant again. Let's see. So I will pick a manager over here. I'm searching the managers that are present so that we can proxy, and let me see Logan McNeil. I will proxy as the user to see if I have any enrollment task or enrollment activities or not. So we'll go to this task and I will see. Okay, so the enroll by team task is not showing up. So what can be the reason for it? I will stop the proxy. The security for securable items. So I'll be moving to the view security for securable item over here. And view security for securable item is the first starting point of how I can troubleshoot any issues related to security. There are many tasks for mass enroll or enroll my team. I will just click on enroll over here and I will see what it comes up. Okay, so you'll get some enrollment from the benefits as well. But see, we have this finding learning enrollments. We have some report fields over here. Okay, I see that there is some task as find workers to enroll. So I will click on that task. Okay, so you get this find workers as a report that gives us whatever detail we want. So I will select a particular location over here. This you see the report output over here, and in the left hand side you have various filter criteria, and you can filter based on a particular job profile or based on the particular language you want to filter, or also you can filter based on the location, the management level, worker type, or the supervised organization. So I will click on language skills as German over here. As you see, there are only 10 employees that are present based on this German language skill. So I can enroll them as well. So if I go to this task and I select anyone over here, and we can see all these details that are present for this particular worker, and it will have the basic information of him, and so we can see whether this particular worker can be enrolled in a particular course or not. So we have this report, we have these filters, and then we can do the enrollment of the workers based on seeing their profile or seeing their experience and expertise level. Then we can search and then we can enroll them into a particular learning course or learning program or any content that we have. So this is a starting point of how we do, and it can be done like this. So we go to this task, we have the learning admin over here, and we can see over here there is something as manage learning content. We will click on that. We see learning content are all this. We have created all this Workday Learning, ZT, Workday and blended cybersecurity basics and compliance training. I have something in the left hand side to filter the courses that require enrollment. So I will select anyone over here that requires the enrollment, and then I can select the course and see what all details are present over here. Okay, so these are my all the details I have seen. There are some additional course details as well. If I go and view as admin, I can see what all as an admin I can view. So you can view as an admin or you can view as a normal employee to see how it works and how it will be displayed over here. Okay. And if you want, you have this option. There are lessons, there is various scheduling as well. So you can go to the schedule and if you see over here that I was talking about the enrollment categories and everything, it is present over here. Like the maximum is 1 lakh, but Workday recommends to make it as 1,000 because otherwise it creates a lot of problem and it can have some issues later on. So just click on the schedule over here and you see a schedule. You are scheduling the course offering. We are navigating to that and we did not add the unit type over here. We can add a lesson just to make sure that we have all this detail. We can add a acknowledgement. I will just add an acknowledgement over here and I can just click on, just put the training and the acknowledgement and I will add I have completed my training. We have already completed this enforcing lessons and everything earlier when we were creating the program or when we are creating the courses. So just click on, I have completed my training and then, okay, I click on submit. If I see all the details that is present, we can do it over here. Okay, so now see this is the course that we have done. What it shows now, enroll my team. So I can go to this particular task and I can see that 25 to 25 of seats available. I can click on this over here. I can click on OK. And during the course, assign a required learning. We can make it as yes. We can set up a due date, like when you have some particular course that needs to be completed on a particular time, you can select the due date. You can put the duration of the due date and the duration, you can just put it as days. And so suppose for 30 days, you want to put the duration, just make it 30. You can assign as a required learning. And over here, I am just logging in as this particular employee. And in her team, there is one employee, and I will select that. And I will click on submit. Manager enroll, Workday LMS blended. If I go to the view details over here, the details and process, you see, okay, so there is a process definition error. Okay, so will mascot as an employee, will she see the learning content in a profile or not? What we have the status as process definition error. So if you remember earlier, we have some similar kind of thing when we were having the process definition error. So what was that? We will go to the task and we will go to this inbox item over here. Okay. Let me just refresh. I just want to see whether the definition error it comes into the inbox or not. Sometimes there can be a bit of delay in seeing the task over here. Whatever we can see. I'm just refreshing and I will check in the my task as well. Okay, we are over here. Yeah, we should have it. We have it as well because the cursor anyways was moved at below, so we were not able to see that. So this is the latest that we see. We can see mass enroll. The business process of this mass enroll transaction, it is not set up. So that is the reason we are happy here. Right. So what we need to do in this case, as an implementer, whenever you are creating any kind of configuration changes, we need to first check with the business on the what all requirement we have based on what needs to be done and how it needs to be created. So we have the requirement of all the business process and then we set up the business process and then we create all the program or courses or whatever was required as per the requirement. But right now, as we are in a learning phase, we can just see it, how we create and how it can be done. So just go to the create business process definition, default definition. And if you see here, it comes as automatically as mass enroll. So click on OK, just following the steps that we have created. You can add something as the approval step as well, or you can add something as a review as well. So till now, we have seen only how we can initiate that. But right now over here, we see there's an action to enroll in a content. Okay, if you see there's an action that comes up that is to enroll in a particular content over here, and that is action step. So what I will do, I will add one more step over here, which will say that okay, we'll see what all steps are there in the action. So in the business process, you might be aware that we can only set up the type and specify what all are delivered by Workday. And in the action over here, we only have enroll content related process. So just it is already there, it came by default, so we will leave it as blank. We will delete the row that we have created and we will let it be as it is because this is already something that is in place. So we can click on OK over here. Now what has happened is the mass enrollment business process is created. So the next step comes to restart the business process. So this is how we can learn how the step by step, what all errors can we get based on. Sometimes you might not be aware that this is a particular business process, right? And you may not have created that, or you may have forgot to ask your client about it, or the client did not inform you about that. So in those cases, if you get this kind of errors during the implementation, so there is no need to panic. You can just drop an email or have a call with the business asking that, this is the error message that is being received and how they want the workflow of the mass enrollment to work, and they can advise you, and you can just do it from here. You can restart the business process definition. You can go over here and you can see it is created. Okay, so you see the business process definition, and now what comes up? Enroll in content. So as I was saying just now, a couple of minutes back, that it might happen that you have not enrolled yourself in a particular content, and you might not be aware that that this requires a business process. So the idea was to just make you understand that in this particular business process of mass enroll, if I open it here again, I will do it as BP colon mass enroll. So in BP colon mass enroll, if you see, we have this something as enroll in content related process. And in this business process, if you see, we got enroll in a content is not there. So what we need to do? This enrollment in a content is a sub process of this particular business process. So a business process can have multiple sub process, and all the business process and the sub process, they need to have a default definition which needs to be configured. So in our this case, we have the business process of mass enroll active in the system, but we do not have the sub process enroll in content related process created. So we will create that now. So similarly, if I go to create business process, you see enroll in content. It comes up directly over here rather than just going there and searching it. You can just click it over here and scroll down. This one will keep it simple as it is a sub process. It is dependent upon the business process task. I will click on OK and I will let the enrollment just follow as it is. So on clicking OK over here, this is created. And next, what is the step that I need to do is I need to go to this particular business process definition error. I need to restart it. See the enroll in content default definition. It attempted to restart one transaction, zero remains. So it has already restarted. Okay. So if I go over here and see, it has already restarted that. The mass enrollment, is it gone? Yeah, it is gone. So I will select this employee. So this employee, Heather Jennings, he had done the enrollment for one of our employees. If I go to the profile, there's a supervised org, and there is a member over here. So the member that we had done the mass enrollment is not showing over here. That was only one employee, and I missed to take a note of that employee, but no worries. We will do the mass enrollment again for another employee and we will see how it works. So we can just verify what all details we have in our worker history to see if anything is there or not that needs to be done. So you can go to the worker history by categories. Over here, you can see something based on organization personal data, and you can check that whether a particular field that you have the mass enroll is showing up over here or not. So let me do again over here. Go to the learning admin, go to the manage learning content. You see over here one employee is enrolled. Workday LMS blended is something that we have created. It was an internal thing. It is created. If you see the advanced details, you can see the assignments over here. There is something that has populated assigned by Heather Jennings. Manager enrollment required is yes. Assigned is date as of, and it is in open status. it is assigned to this employee known as mascot. Let me see if I'm able to proxy or not, and we can see that. But that is not required mainly because you have this in the learning history, so that should be sufficient to know that your learning content that you have done, whether it is assigned to your enrollment employee or not. So there are two mascot in this tenant, and our is the first one because the case is a small case on whatever is there in that employee details. So if I go to the view profile of this employee and I see the job or the worker history, we are just figuring out if anything is present or not. So okay, there is nothing present over here. So the learning dashboard of this employee is not set up, so she is not able to see that. But we can see that from the learning profile, whatever we have created, that is showing that it is assigned to that particular employee. So that should be fine because we can verify in that case that whether your assignment have worked out or not. So you can just click on OK. Again, you can go to the menu and the learning admin, and over here you can see that manage learning content. You can go, and similarly you can come over here as we have seen. Just showing it again because it can be a bit tricky sometimes to know that where your assignments that you have done, where it is present or how you can figure that out. So you come to this Workday LMS Blended is what our course, and you can go to this assignment and you can see that it is open. It is assigned to my mascot. You can go to the view learning assignment reports as well. You can see it is assigned to my mascot and it is opened. Okay, and all those details you can find it over here. So this is mainly about the learning content, how we can manage and how we can assign the learning content or the learning courses or anything to our employees, and how we can just navigate to that particular system, and how we can find out, whether our assignment has been properly assigned to that employee or it went to a business process definition error for which we need to create a business process, or there is some other issues that are associated with it. So we can verify all these details over here. Okay, so this was about the lab activity of this module 2, managing the learning content and how to view the enrollment as well. So then there is something called as learning campaigns. So we can see what is a learning campaigns, and then we can go to the theoretical part of that. So learning campaigns. So campaigns means whenever you have some learning requirement, in those cases, you will create a campaigns and you will select who is the target audience of that particular campaign. So you can do both of them. You can create the campaign, you can create an audience, and you can select and assign that particular campaign to the set of audience that is required. So in this case, what we will do, if you see, we can create the campaign and we can also target the audiences in the learning activity. How can it be done? It can be done by promoting the kind of content. So the content will populate in your learning dashboards is what you will see, and you will get assigned. We can assign the required learner over there to see that whether the proper or the correct assignment has taken place or not. Just like we do in the mass enroll and the enrollment manager thing, to find out how it will work and how it can be created for that particular employee, so it can be verified as well. Okay, for this we will definitely need some kind of security, the security setups that are required. Okay, we'll create or edit a segment-based security over here. And what can be done is we can do the activation of the security by adding to the campaign secure domain and any other domains to see whether it is properly assigned or not. Okay, and we need to enable the security. And similarly for the administrator campaign domains, we will need to set them up to make sure that whatever setup or changes we are doing, it is as per the requirements of the business and it is as per the expectations that is set up. We can also go to the business process security policy and we can configure the security policy for camping event business process to see whom it needs to be assigned and how it needs to be assigned and what are the security groups that will get a chance to review the campaign and all other details that we want. So the important part over here is what is a campaign. Okay, so we will create first the business process. Like every time when we have an error, we go and fix it. We create that business process and then we set up. the changes. So we will not be doing that this time around. We will be making some changes. So changes in the sense we will be creating what we will be creating. We will be creating the business process definition. We'll be creating the business process definition over here from this task, the default definition, and what is my business process type. What can be my business process type? I am talking about camping. So I will see what all campings are there. Camping event. Camping event is a business process. So what will happen if I first create a business process and I do not go to the task and create a camping individually? The difference is that my business process will not go into an error state because I have already configured the security for that. So I click on OK. Over here, the camping event, I see the details that are present. I will just click on OK to make sure that I do not face any error message because I need to create a camping and test it, right? So if you would live activity, we can see that they're saying that configure the camping event business process definition to include a approval step, right? Okay, it is asking us to create an approval step. So I need to open my business process and it is BP camping event. So if you see here, it is my camping event that I have created and I go over here, I click on business process, I click on edit definition. Edit definition is when you want to edit a particular, sorry for that, when you want to add a particular step to a business process, then you need to open it in an edit mode. So the first A is always the initiation step. The B is where that I have to go and I will add a approval step. It says me to add an approval step over here and I need to add an approval step and who will approve. I will see what all security groups are allowed. It is saying that none of the security groups are allowed to approve my particular step. So what I need to do, I will click on cancel. I cannot add any group, right? Workday does not give me any option to add a particular group. So what I will do, I will delete my step of approval and I will again go back to the camping event business process. I will go to the camping event business process over here and click on the three dots and I will go to the security policy. There is something as edit. In business process, no. In security policies, yes. And what? Go to edit. Security policies is something that wherein you can define who can approve, who can create, who can make the changes and all those details. So learning, create campaign, I will make it as learning admin. Okay, edit and all, I will just leave it blank and over here, launch campaign. Who can launch in campaign? I will again do it as the learning admin because admin will be responsible for all these activities of enrollment, launching, the dates they are aware when to do it. Okay, so there is something as approve. Approval to, I will add it as approval as manager over here. I will add it as unconstrained right now because that needs to be over the tenant, right? So I click on OK and then what I will do is what I will activate. Right, I need to activate everything that I create in the system because then only my changes that I have made that will flow and it will reflect over here. So I go to the activate pending security policy changes and I will click on here in the comments test camping, something of this sort. I will click it. I will see camping event. I will click on confirm. Yes, that this is the change that I have created. I will click on OK over here. So my security policy changes that I have made to the learning campaign or to the camping event, it is activated now. So I go over here again and let me see whether I am able to add that security group for approval or not. Okay. So my business processes, camping event, default definition. Go to here, go to business process, edit definition. If you remember, what was the first error it was showing to us? It was not showing any security group to be added to approve that particular camping or we did not have any security group over here which we can add for approval. So I will add my step as B over here and then I can go here, I can click on approval, I can go over here and here is my group. Now there is something that you will see, there is a magic of manager unconstrained coming over here and reflecting off that they will be able to approve it. Earlier it was not coming because it was not defined in the security policy. So I will just click on manager unconstrained over here and I click on OK. So to summarize again, what we have seen over here is I will again open the campaign event and I will show you what changes I have made. I have made just the approval step over here, and if I go to the three dots and go to the policy, now I will open it in a view mode because I have already done the edits. If you see, I have added create campaign, learning administrator, scheduling campaign, and then the most important part is approving campaign by the manager unconstrained security group. So they can add it over here and we can make the changes accordingly. So, okay, now as a learning admin, I have created a campaign, the business process that I have created, and I will see how I can create a campaign. So I will go to the task, create campaign, because if you remember, I have added the learning category as the learning administrator can add themselves, can add a campaign for the team. And this is how it will be there. I will add the name over here as campaign ZT and I will select the tab over here learning campaign. So campaign can belong to any other types that are mentioned over here, but right now we are going to the Workday learning module, so we will see learning campaign is what. Now if you see when I create learning campaign, there are some steps that coming up over here. One is the audience and one is the enable dynamic removal and resend, and there is something as category as well. What is the camping category? Okay, here I can see there is a category of required learning, and there are some workday delivered camping category that is the same thing, that is a required learning. So you can create a campaign. While creating a campaign, you can create a category, you can create an audience, and you can create the exclusion rule that it is there. It came up automatically, so it will be dynamically added or removed. So we have these provisions, we have this multiple requirement while creating the campaign. So right now going through all these details will be a bit hectic for you. So what we will do is I will stop it right now, and whenever we meet the next time, I will be showing you the audience part and creating the camping category, and then it will become a bit easier to understand because we will have all the prerequisites created, and then we can just go into this create camping task and we can just select the category on whatever we have created and we can add it over here, or we can just select the audience what we have created and we can add it over here. So right now I will click on cancel and we will see the entire end to end of how we can create the campaign and adding the required audience and everything whenever we start next on creating the campaign. Okay, then thank you everyone for joining the session.
Persons so that we have all the learning content, and to see if there is any option, if you have already enrolled for a course, how you can cancel for a course offering, and also how to create a survey, because we have seen the survey as an option in the learning admin dashboard, but we haven't seen how to create a survey and what role it plays in the learning management module. Okay, so how do we associate competences and skills? So competences and skills, they are mainly a part of the talent management module. So whenever an employee is there, he goes to the skills and he updates his skill. That suppose he is skilled in data science or machine learning or something like that, or something like the project management that he is experienced with. So they can edit their skills, they can add their skills, and based on that, Workday will give you different recommendations on what all skills you have and what all courses that can be recommended to you. And it is mainly on the AI driven as well, wherein the courses that you are eligible for, it will surface in the learning dashboard based on if there are some skill gaps that are present, like you have updated your skills as data science but you want to do in the machine learning as well, and if the system identifies based on some AI based search criteria that this is a particular course that which needs a lot of your attention, then they can it will be recommended to you as a learner to opt for that particular course or to take that particular course and learn more about it. So based on your competencies and your skills, your competencies also, it can come from your job profile if you have that set up in place.
And based on that, we will have some competencies which can be, there can be a rating scale also used in the competencies, like there's a target rating, there's an actual rating. And based on what is your skill set on that particular competencies, the managers, or that we have some matrix manager, they can rate you based on that. So the bottom line over here is to understand, if you have some skills updated in system for your profile, and the Workday Learning Management module, it has the provision to recommend you those kind of courses based on whatever is the skills that you have mentioned. So the benefits, what are the benefits that we have of associating competences and skill? The benefits are to align the learning with a career path, because if you have some career path, like right now you are an individual contributor, and if you want to move into the project management kind of a role, so that will something be helpful in your career path for, if you undertake some certifications or something like that, or some learning, to learn the team management and all skills, then it will be helpful for you in your career progression when you get promoted, or when you move to another team if you are interested to work on. So those all things are taken care while, when we link your competencies and the skills with the learning path. And if there are some skills that you have, suppose, as I said, that you have done an advanced level of course, and the learning module will help you to track that skill progression, like what was your skill level earlier and right now what is the skill level, and they can track your progression, and it can be used in a graphical representation as well to see how much skill gap or how much skill you have accomplished by completing a particular learning module. Now, for example, there is some course such as advanced Excel, and your competency, I mentioned it as data analysis. So when you link that advanced Excel course to your data analysis competencies, so you can track your skills progression and your learning path. So your learning is aligned with the career paths that you take on. So this is one of the examples and the benefits of associating the competencies and the skills. Copy course offerings. The meaning of copying the course offering is, suppose we have a course offering and you want to copy that, make everything same, and you want to create a course as course 2. Suppose data analysis 1 was an initial course offering, and there's another course offering as data learning, machine learning, or data analysis 2. Then you can just copy the first course to the second, and you can just add an updated video of that particular course, because we have seen that there is a lot of details that needs to be filled while creating the offerings and courses. So we can just find the offerings, and we can copy that, and we can just adjust the dates and times based on the new schedule. And if there are some instructors that needs to be updated, we can do that as well. And the learner limits and everything, we can modify that. So it is basically to reduce the manual kind of data entry that you do. So to reduce that thing, Workday provides us to copy the course offering, so that only some selected data needs to be modified, then we can do that. So it also is very helpful in managing the time, and just with the help of that, you can modify that other required details that are present. So we will see that the course offering part over here. So from the learning admin, let me see if I'm able to see that or not. Okay, let me see the find offerings from the task, as it is not coming over here. Okay, I will just see to the offering task. If you remember, we have seen the offerings task. So there is something as schedule offering. Yeah, so this is one of my offering that I have, Workday LMS blended, that I have created. If you see over here, there is a 3 dots that we can do. And so this is a course offering that we can do. So I'm just checking whether we have that option over here or not, or we will need to do the security of that. So, okay, let me see what all the security steps that are present. View security for securable item. The process is same of enabling any task or enabling any security policies in a business process. So we will see what all tasks are present while it does not switch up. Yeah, it will be coming. Okay. So what all tasks we have in the offering, if you see, okay, there are some other type of offering as well based on the learning for based on student modules. So these are the function area. If you see, there's a student module as well. So I'm not concerned about that. Mine is learning core. So I will just filter based on learning core because 91 items, it's very bit difficult to search. Okay, I have 8 now. That makes sense. Okay, so if you see, there are these tasks that we have: view course offering for calendar item, view additional data, maintain course offerings. So view course offerings. So get and put are mainly during the integrations that we do. If you want to load a offering via, via EIP, then you can do that. Those are the web service tasks that are present. And there is a learning wing report as espresso. Let me see, view course offering for calendar item. Let me see that. Okay, this is a self-service for learning instructor. This is not the one. Okay. Now here also we see we have something as find course offerings, but it is for student records. It is for functional area is different. So that will not be applicable over here in our learning module. So I will just hit learning core. I will select the module as learning core and I will click on filter. Okay, so in offering, we have this, my course offerings, and we have this for only this two we have. So my course offering and the other one. So I will just see what is the course offering over here. Also, this academic period is mainly for the student module. So we can just go to that offering schedule and I can see what can be done over there. So if you see, there is something as schedule offering. So this is a course. In this particular course, this is a particular course that we have. So offering, within an offering, there are some courses that we have. We can do that or we can copy that as well. So this is an LMS blended learning. And I will just see if there is something as new or we need to create a new one from here. Let me once again go to the learning admin and again go to the schedule offering over here. This is my offering that I have. So it is in course. So if I copying it means it is just an course that we will be in. So if you do not see any offering option, you can go to the learning admin and you can create, because offering can be based on a course, it can be based on a program, or it can be based on any other things that we want. So I can just go to my edit offering. Okay, I do not see the offering. I only can schedule an offering over here. So you can just, as we have seen earlier, you can just create a program, course or lesson or survey. And then once a course or program is created, you can go to the schedule offering over here that we have done. And you can just select a topic over here based on whether it is a self-directed or whether what topic it is there. So you can just create this one, and we already have this IT solutions over here created. So you can just follow the same steps and you can create it. So normally right now it is not showing in this tenant how to copy the course offering. But yeah, there might be some changes that has happened. So it is not showing or can be a security issue. So if you do not see any such course offerings that are present over there, from the find offerings tab, you can just go to the system and you can just check whether that particular course offering is present or not. And then you can copy and you can just assign the particular offerings to adjust the date and times. So what are the best practice of copying a course offering? It is excluding the past offerings to avoid any kind of conflicts that we have, because that might come in an issue when they are scheduled at the same time. And we need to update the description to reflect the new details of the new offering. That's, for example, if you are replicating a quarterly cybersecurity webinar, we need to make sure that we are doing it. We can schedule it based on this thing, the quarterly cybersecurity webinar, and we can update the details. And we need to make sure that we need to exclude the past offerings as well. So updating the learning content version. So there are some steps that we need to take while updating the learning content version. So the step one is we go to the content and we create a new version, and step two, we set the effective date for the updated version, and step three is we notify the Workday learners, for the Workday inbox. Okay, so there will be an inbox item, there will be alerts that will be coming to your inbox, and it will be notifying the learners that this particular learning content is updated. For example, if I go over here, we have seen it earlier as well. So from the learning admin dashboard, we can see, we can suppose we have seen that in edit, we are not creating a new lesson because it will not give show you the effective date. So it stores the snapshot of all the details that you have undertaken. So I will just go to here, edit course over here, and I can see the course. If you see, I can select a topic, compliance training. Let me see there is something as update current version, or we can add a new version as well. Okay. So if I want to add a new version effective date, I can select it as 29, and then I can go over here and I will select compliance training over here. It will just say me to update the current version because we have only one version of this particular. Okay, so I come over here, I see all the details that we have over here, and we can make the changes for this particular course, and whatever is required, whatever is the effective data snapshot, we can make it here. Okay, so similarly in the content, we can make those changes, the new version. So I will just click on the course will remain the same. I just click on course to show you what all details we can maintain. Okay, if I go to the manage learning content over here and you see these are the various type of learning content over here. This is a course, this is a document, cybersecurity basis. This is a kind of course, this is a program that we have created. So if I select this particular course over here and you see the date it was added, you can go to the learning course over here and you can click on edit over here, and then you can add a new effective date. Here it what it means. So you have to go to that course and then you can add an effective date. I will add some comments to this particular effective date. This is for the ZP training effective dates. I'm just not making any changes over here, but if you have the requirement, you can suppose they say that maximum enrollment capacity, don't make it 25, make it 20. Okay. And minimum enrollment capacity, don't make it 10, make it 5. So I can just update all these details based on my effective date. Now, when I click on submit, all these changes will take place in the background. Okay. Now I have changed my details over here. I can go to that LMS blended course. I can go to the learning course and I can see view as of. If I go to the view as of and I select the view as of date, this, or there is some view version, current version or the past version. So this will show my current version tracking of 929 and this will show my past version of 924. So based on all the changes that we have that we undertake, we can create or modify the learning content, the course content we can modify based on the effective dates. And we can also set up in the business process that you know that your course content has changed, so the learners will get notified based on whatever changes they have done. And the version history, it helps us to track the changes in audit logs. We can roll back to previous version if it is needed. And one of the most used cases is updating the compliance training, because every now and then in your compliance training material, you have to update it with the new regulations that are in place. So there needs to be a proper version controlling of this kind of compliance training and other related courses. So it is very important so that you know, if there is an audit at a later point of time, we will be able to track that during which version changes we have made what kind of change, so that it is reflecting in the system and we will not be any kind of a compliance related issue, and so that everything is in proper and we are within the limits. So canceling the course offering is how we can cancel the offerings. Like we can go to the, so wherever you see we are find offerings, we can just directly go to that offering and we can just select the offering and we can cancel it. So we will not navigate from the find offerings page. What we will do is we will go to over here, we will go to this particular course and see if I have the option over here. Okay. So there is something, if you want to drop a particular course, you need to add some reason. So there is a task as drop reason. See here, maintain cancel enrollment reason categories, maintain cancel course offering reason categories. So I will go to this maintain cancel course offering categories over here. I can give a cancel reason category. I will add a reason category over here. I will add it as test cancellation, test selection over here. Okay, and I can also add a subcategory on why do I want to cancel a particular reason. So I can select this over here as well, and I can give a reason similarly like to test cancel. I can give it over here, test cancel. So that should be it. Yeah. So when I want to cancel any course offering, I can do it in this way. So if I go to the learning admin page now, if I go to schedule offering over here, if I see here there is one thing for this particular employee that we have done the skills, we have added the skills and everything we have added. And if I go to edit over here, okay, not from here, from the three dots. Okay, there is some security issues are there because for that the course category reason is not showing up. Let me again go to view security for securable item, cancel event offering. Okay, these are based on the different web services that we have, and this is not the one that we are searching for. So I will remove. Let me see what are the other tasks that are related to offerings, wherein we can cancel an offering or wherein we can drop an offering so that we get a correct idea of how the task will be working. Okay, so we got the same page that we got earlier and functional area. I will select it as learning core. I click on filter. I see that only schedule and course offerings are over here. Okay. I will just see this and get back to you on some security setup changes that needs to be done. I will make some changes in the system and I will update you on that. Okay, then now coming back to this particular presentation, this shows us how we can cancel the offerings, how we can do it. Then there are some automated actions of canceling the course offerings wherein the learner will get the cancellation notices. And if any refunds are there, that will be processed by them via the extended enterprise if it is paid, like if your company has opted for this extended enterprise version of learning module, then it will be handled over there. That is a different set that is present for the Workday Learning module. And the best practice is to offer alternative courses to the affected learners for whom the course offerings are cancelled. Okay, so now what we will do, we will see more about the surveys and how to create that and how to attach it to the offerings in the next session. So in the meanwhile, I will just take some time back and I will see the security issues that are present and I will show you that in the next session. The first task is view security for securable item, and here I can select by the name of edit offering. Let us see what all domains or business process the edit offering shows us. So you see there is something as edit course offering. It does not reflect any functional area over here. So that is the reason it was not showing us. So I will go to the security of edit course offering. Now it shows us the course offering over here, the function area, based on the business process of managed course offering. And the security group is implementers over here. So we do not have the implementers access. We are only having the, we can add it though, but we will just, as we are going through the learning module, we will have all the accesses granted to the learning admin, so that we saw that they were able to schedule the course offering that was there, but in the course offering, editing it, it is not available for the learning administrator, because the module that you will be implementing, either you're implementing absence, you will have the absence admin access. If you're implementing talent, you will have the talent admin access. So based on that, you can add these changes over here. There is something as copy course offering. Copy course offering, if you see over here, it is blank. I will quickly show into my presentation that you see there was a offering, copy course offering. This is the copy course offering that we were seeing, and we were not able to find that because the security is not set up. So similarly, I will give the learning administrator the access to the copy course offering. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah. So we can just, as we have made the security changes, we can just activate the domain security or the BP security policies and see whether it is present or not. But before we do that, let me go to the business process, manage course offering. We have a manage course offering business process already configured, and it is the initiation step. So just to verify so that we do not get any business process security related issues while we are doing the course offering part. So manage course offering, it is fine. I will just click on this and I need to then activate. Activating is most important because if we do not activate, it will not reflect. I will just put the name as test over here so that my all the security policy changes are getting activated. I will click on OK and let's see. Yeah, it's activated right now. So I can navigate to the learning admin over here. I can see there is schedule. The same things are there, not an issue. I can go to the offering over here and I have this particular course over here. I can see that learning blended learning course. If you see, we have the schedule and all. I will see whether that course offering is showing me. You see now the edit course offering. Was it coming earlier? No. Right. We were not able to see this edit course offering task because it was not configured in the system. So I go to the edit course offering. I have this LMS blended over here. You need to search it by that particular task and you will get it. This is my same Workday LMS blended. And if I can go here, I can do the edit and all. I can, you remember we were able to make the changes to, to a particular course, but not to a particular offering over here. So this is the offering, how we can edit it. We can do it in this way. Okay, I will just for the acknowledgement statement, I will put it edit offering test. If any task you are not able to see it in the system or you do not find it in the search bar, then you need to check the security, the first and foremost part. There's a high probability that the task is not, the security is not enabled for that particular task or for that business process. So it is not reflecting in your tenant. So you need to activate that first. Okay, if I see over here, there are some other offerings as well. We can schedule, we can edit. Yeah, we can do that. So this is what we were able to, edit a course offering and we can make the changes to that particular offering based on whatever changes we want to make. So let me quickly go to once more just to go to that task. If I go here, okay, we have already enrolled one person to this offering, so that's what I was checking. Okay, yeah, that is fine. So next, coming to the learning admin, we have seen in every task there is something as the survey. So but we did not see how to create a survey. So you can come to the learning admin dashboard. You can click on the survey. You can create a new survey over here. Survey name, you can give it as test Workday LMS. This is the survey name that you can give. You can click on OK over here and your new survey will come up. And in this new survey, you can just add your questions over here. So what is the type of question that you want? You can select it as a multi-select checkbox. There are various types of questions that are there. Multi-select checkbox, multi-select fill, multi-select single select drop down, radio button, date, number, and text. So I will start with the multi-select checkbox over here. I will put a question as how will you rate your Workday learning experience? Okay, now when it says that it is a multi-select, you need to provide your responses over here. Okay, you need to give the responses. Suppose I will say meets satisfactory. Let me just put it satisfactory, unsatisfactory. Let me just put only two options as satisfactory or unsatisfactory. But in this multi-select means you can select multiple options. So this is a kind of mutually exclusive these two events, because you cannot rate satisfactory and unsatisfactory both at a single time for the same thing because these things are just opposite of each other. So I will just put delivers meet expectations. It can meet your expectations, it can exceed expectations. I can put did not I can just put unsatisfactory. I can put a response over here unsatisfactory and I can click on next. And you have this send to a specific organization or individual, send via link. I will click on the first option. If I want to send that survey to be done, I will click on OK over here to send the survey. So it will ask you to send to an organization or to send to an individual. So let me see in my team. I have something as Akram Malik. Let me just see as Akram Malik and let us see the process. Reflex percentage complete, certification is sent. Individual is Akram Malik. If I go to survey home over here, you see this is the survey home. It is present. It is in active status. I can view the response rate over here. No, supervisory organization recipient is Akram Malik. Responded no. Response rate is 0 out of 1% that I have asked, so it is 0%. I can then close the survey as well. But right now, what I will do, I will go to the response rate. Let me see if I'm able to proxy as okay for this employee. The Workday account is not created, so I'm not able to proxy as that employee. So what I can do, I can go to the survey. I can go from the learning admin, I can go to that particular survey and I can open this particular survey that I have done. This is my questions that is present in a survey. I will go to the survey. I can put a survey recipients over here. I can go to add a survey recipients. Who did you ask already? It says here the details are there. I will just click on OK and it will ask me to select a particular individual. I will select see the person whom I'm able to see. Yes, I'm able to proxy as Logan McNeil, so I will just go to individual as Logan and I will put the individual as Logan McNeil. I will click on OK. Once it refreshes, I can go to the survey home and I can see the response rate over here. It is 0 to 2. Logan McNeil is there. See the email address is there at workday.com. So I will proxy as Logan McNeil over here. Let me see if anything is received or not. It has come in the notification of this test WDLMS. I can go to the survey, take survey. How will you rate your Workday learning experience? See, my results are coming over here. I will put it as meet expectations because we have not even completed 50% of the course. So it can happen that, we gave the response rate over here. Now, what can happen? I will just stop the proxy and I will see as an employee the survey responses, like the survey owner that we call as more precisely. If I go to the survey responses over here, if I refresh the page, as Heather Jennings have logged in, you can see the response rate comes as 1 by 2, that is 50%. And who has responded, we can get the detail of that person as well. So in this way, you can create a survey and you can make the surveys mandatory and you can create the survey for an individual or for an organization so that the respective employee can go and check that particular survey and respond to it. So this is what on the learning survey that we have created the survey and we have added the questions like it is open text or a scale or anything, and then we can attach it to the offerings as well. Okay, so if I show you that how we can attach it to the offering, so if I go to the survey over here, sorry, the course offering, if I go to the Workday LMS blended and where is the survey? Let's search the survey field. Just okay, let us check the course. So it seems that the option is not present currently. So I'm just verifying whether we can add it over here or not. So it does not show us any option to when maybe we can create a new lesson and we can see whether we are able to add it or not. This is a blended course. Okay, I will just take up some other course as well to see whether we have that option to add the survey or not that we have created, or else it can be done something outside of this particular course, not to add it, and just in your survey questions you can have it for this particular course, like how will you rate your compliance training course, how will you rate your the blended course. So all these details you can put it and you can add it over here as well. So I do not see that maybe it's not showing up. We can check for some other course and we can see how we can add it over there. So right now we have seen what how we can create a survey and how we can record the responses of that particular survey and how we can how we can view our survey responses as well. So next comes the auto distribute, the survey sent after course completion. We have seen that how we can do the surveys, how we can distribute that, and how we can track the responses of the survey in the learning report. So both of the things we have seen and how we can complete that also we have taken a look at it. So in this way, you can create a surveys and you can check your survey responses. You can track the status of the survey, and you can check the other details associated with it, like what is the question, how many people have responded, how you can improve, and based on that feedback, you can make changes accordingly. Okay, I will just open the another session that we will be going through it, and then I will share my screen. Just give me 1 minute for that. Yeah, so now we will see how we can set up and launch the learning campaigns, and how we can create the learning campaigns, how we can see what is a campaign event business process. We have seen some part of it on how it can be done. So we can see the tasks that are required while creating a campaign. So basically, campaign is nothing but whenever you want to include your learning content, you can create your learning content to be included as an campaign item. So if you're creating a campaign, you need to have some audience as well. Audience is the employees that you will be distributing your campaign. So okay, we have seen how we can set up the security. We can go to create campaign. We can select one, what kind of campaign it is. We can select the audience and everything here. So test LMS is my campaign name that I have selected. So I will use it as what? Use it as a learning campaign. See, all other are student related. Student is a different module in Workday that is known as Workday Student. But right now we will select it as learning campaign. We can select the campaign category. So it is a required learning. We will make it that this campaign is this learning module is required for you. It is a mandatory for you. And there is something as the audience that we have seen, what audience we can include. This is the main thing over here. It can be based on a custom report, it can be based on an organization, or it can be based on a saved search. These are the various options that we have. It can be based on a succession pool, and talent pool. All these are related to talent and performance module. Suppose succession is what, like if you want to, if you are a suppose software developer, you want to move to a technical architect role. So that is what your next succession, that you will be taking up the role. So whether you are ready for that particular role or not. So something like that, which you will know more about when if you have an opportunity to work on talent and performance module. But right now, we will just keep these two things aside because these are coming from a different module, and we will see what audience we can create. So if I go to the create audience task over here, it does not show me up, right? So what I can do, my first task is view security for Secura. I will go to the task audience. You see again here there are 51 items, but you need to select, that is related to your learning. So what we will do, we will go to, okay, we have got it. I'm able to see it, so no need to go anywhere. This is the create audience task, learning core system. Go to the security. Okay, manage connect audience, administer campaigns, and all these things are different domains. So what is this? Why there are three different domains? So first domain is administrating the campaign. So it will provide the ability to administer the campaign. This is what administer schedule distribution. So you'll be able to distribute the particular campaign, administer the distribution. So next is the connect audience. Connect audience is what it is, mainly how you will have your the basic segment distribution in a particular campaign. So based on that, you can create your security profile over here. I will go to the view security, and I have the domain name over here. I will go to the domain security policy changes. Oh, there's nothing over here. So I will select the learning admin over here. I can go to the view and modify access. I can click on OK. Each is task that we are doing. We are always going to that particular security, and we are enabling, and we are seeing how we can enable that. If you search it, you will get the details. That is fine. But if you're not able to get that particular task in your search bar, what is the next step that you have to do? That is very important, which we are looking through it, right? We are going through the Secura, and we are making the changes for learning admin, and then we are doing what? Then we are activate pending security policy. My favorite, I will just put it as test. Now we will see whether I'm able to create the audience or not. Okay, there was three secure domain security policy that we need to do, but let's see if just enabling one It is giving me that option to access or not. Oops. Learning, there is nothing. Okay, we will go to the task, create audience, and go to this particular task, and okay, here it is a manage campaigns. So sorry, connect audience. Recruiting, and it is a manage connect audience. So that is why I have added in this particular domain security policy instead of the other distribution of the camping security policy, because this seems to be more closer than what we should have when we are creating the audience. Okay, still the audience does not come over here. So what can be the reason? Let's see that. Okay, so the context of this particular setting up and launching learning campaigns is that we send notification, we assign the required learning, and we promote the content on the learning dashboard. So what it is asking us to, it is asking us to create or edit a segment-based security group, and we can grant the access to the extended enterprise campaigns, and we will have various domain security policy, and we can enable it from the, as we have done the domain security policies, we are enabling it from the administrator menu over there. So if you see grant permissions to your security group to administer campaigns domain. Okay, administer campaigns. Okay, let's see. We added we there were three security groups. Actually, you will only see one policy that is present, but here we have three security policies that we have. So administer camping, right? Administer camping's domain, edit business process security policy. So let's see. Why does it say the suspended policy not enabled? We have added over here. So what is the issue over here is that we have added the domain to that particular. So initially we added it into the correct domain only, but the domain security policy, if I go, it is not enabled. This is also one of the most important security configurations that you need to take into account. Even if after adding, you need to verify it actually whether the policy is suspended or not. If a policy is suspended, irrespective of whatever security groups you add to the view or edit option, it will not show up for you because the policy is disabled. And if policy is enabled and no groups are there, then also it will not work. So you need to have the policy as enabled, and you need to have the security groups added for that particular domain security, for that particular business process security policy. So what it will do over here, we will go to enable, we will click on confirm, we will click on OK, and that completes our domain security policy changes, but we did not activate. So we will activate. I will just add a comment. What enabled, not functional, enabled domain security policy administer campaigns. If you see over here, we have added the details of what we have done. We have enabled the domain security policy, and I can just click on OK, and I can see what other issues if we are facing or not. So what was the task? Let's see, create audience, task and reports, create audience. It comes up. Okay, so that is a difference that you need to check. So test audience available for name. I'm giving it as test idea audience, and you can just select it. Whatever name you want to have suppose new hire or managerial level, anything you want to have, you can add it over there. You can give the campaign types available for learning campaign. This is most important. Otherwise, it will not show up. Campaign category, learning. Okay. If I select a type over here, there is some organization that we see, while creating a campaign, and also we have the audience as all these things. So you can make the changes over here. So if you have a custom report, you need to add that custom report over here. If you want to give it an organization, you can just have it over here. What organization I will put? It gives me a selection. So Logan, let me see. Logan McNeil, if I go, what is a supervisory org? I will give that, because these are some kind of, okay, it gives the supervisory org to be. I wanted the supervisory org of Logan McNeil. So I will go to here, I will go to her profile, more, oh sorry, it was there in the summary itself, supervisor, I will put it. I will put the integration ID because sometimes it happens that it does not come up. You see, I gave the integration ID also, but I think it is this one, human resource logan meeting area. Correct. So this audience I'm creating for all the employees in this particular supervised organization. So in this way, I can create my audience, and after creating my audience, I can come here, I can go to org over here, and you see my test audience comes over here automatically. We do not need to make any additional changes. It will just come up if you have created over there. Similarly, if we have created any custom report, it will come up over here. If we have created any saved search, it will come up over here. But right now we will select the test audience, and there is something as exclusion rule, enable dynamic removal and resend. So suppose an employee is moving from one organization to another organization. So in those cases, it will automatically remove the camping from their profile, because in this condition rule, we have specified that this test LMS, let me put it in this way, test WDLMS is created for test audience. Who is test audience? Test audience is my this particular organization, this particular supervised organization, to be more precise. So I'll put the start date. I'll put the start date as of, and okay, it gives me an error. Start date on or after date. Okay, the date has changed, I guess. Okay, 30 is working, so that's fine. I can put it as 30. Okay. I can click on okay. So this is my create camping, learning camping, and I will go and add an item over here. Title is WD camping. Content type, what it is, learning course, for learning program, learning lesson, notification. I will select learning course as of now. When you select course, it gives you an content over here for compliance training or for LMS blended. I'm doing everything for LMS blended, so I will select compliance learning over here, compliance training over here. So go to next. Channels. So what channels? We do not have any channel set up over here, so it will just show us, it will not show up anything over here. But in your proper tenant, you will have some channels that are set up. Click on next. Okay, so the message, it will ask you to configure a notification channel message based on the setup that you have done in that previous step. And then you can have a send date over here, when to send the campaign. You can select it as any date, and you can add a review over here. You can just save it, but it shows you an error because we must add a channel. What is a channel? This is a setup over here. We need to have a channel over here. Let me see if I can add some channel over here or not. It is a web service task, content provider channel. This is based on a web service task. So once we create a campaign, we'll need to distribute it to a specific group of population, or to a specific group of employees that will have access to that particular, campaign. So what we will do, this policy is also not enabled, which is, so I will click on enable. I will enable it. Click on OK. I'll click on policy. I will go to the edit permissions to see if what all security configurations are in place already. So I will select the learning admin as well. Over here, need to activate it. I'll put a distribution over here because I have enabled the distribution over here. Okay, let's go to the lab activity and see if we're missing something or not. So this was mainly of, we have seen part of it in the last session as well, because if you remember, we had this not learning camping event. We created this business process, camping event business process we have created. So this is about that lab activity, and we made the approval to the manager constraint over here. Okay, now then after that, what we have the create learning audience and camping, and we can do it whenever we want it to be created for that particular employee, or we can create a campaign, we can edit a campaign, and we can similarly distribute it to the particular setup. So this was mainly on the setting up of the campaigns, and then we can also have something as configuring an announcement. So what is a configuration of announcement is, if you go to this task, you see this important dates birthday. These are the configuring of announcement. So similarly, you can configure an announcement as well for a learning activity. I will go the dashboard as home. This is my home page, right? This is my Workday homepage. So I will go to the homepage. I will select a rule. So I'm setting up a rule over here. I will just say active employees in US. I can put it for either Jennings. Let me see. Inside sales, regular, full time. Okay. I will just put active employees in US and I will put a task or custom report or whatever we have, just to see that. Just I will put a message title over here. Learning module test. You can add your custom image, you can add your title, description, video, URL you can add a custom report task or whatever you can add, and it is not only for the learning module. If you have some your performance review going on and you want your employees to complete it on or before a particular day, so during that time you can just configure that as well. So it is for the entire HCM system, whatever you want to do, whatever announcement you want to display on an employee profile. So you click on OK over here, go to the home page. And what is this? This is my announcement that I have done for all the active employee in US. So it is learning module test. It will show up. And the next, these are the other learning announcements, other announcement actually. You can have something else when you will come to day one of this particular module, this particular training program, and you can add this and make the setup changes for them as well. Okay, so this was about this particular lab activity, and we will move to the next lab activity, which is creating the learning courses. And do not be surprised that we have already gone through this task. We have created all the form. We have gone through the create course task. Why I'm saying that is when we went to the menu, when we went to the learning admin, we were going on creating this side by side as on when we were having it in our presentation. So if you go to this particular course, it shows you this, right? If I go to edit course, it will show me what all course I have created. If I go here, I will see my topic, IT solutions, compliance, WS, Workday blended. This is what I have created. Delivery mode, it's self-directed one, compliance and MS blended. So it will show me all the courses. So we have completed this module activity as well, and we have created, on the blended course as well. So we do not need to create it once again. This is a digital course that we have created, except instructor led, and how we can created. The security also we have done, and we have seen all the check boxes. If you remember, the exclude from recommendation when it is required. What is the version of this particular course? What is the effective date? The maximum enrollment, the status, and everything. This all we have already covered it. You can just create it once from your side so that you get an understanding what all fields are required during creating a course and what is the meaning of all these particular courses that are present. Okay, so like you can also create a document. As I remember, for one of the learning courses, we have uploaded a document and we can also add a video. Like for one of them, we have added a video as well, and then it will be shown in the employee profile on how to complete those sessions or how to complete those particular courses. So this is about the learning course that we have already seen earlier. You can refer to the previous videos for more clarity, mainly during the initial sessions when we had started, that time we had created. So you can refer to them as well, how you can create the learning courses. Now coming to the next is learning course offering. We have this schedule offering. We have seen it in the last class, how we have done it. If you want to see how we created it and how we have scheduled or how we have make these changes to this particular learning assessment course, we go to the schedule offering. Everything we have done, you see this is as one enrolled. Whom it is enrolled, we have seen that how we can enroll from where, which tab. It is the assignments tab. In the assignments tab, it is showing me it is learner is Maya Scott. It is assigned by Heather Jennings, and assignment mechanism is manager enrolled. Okay, so you can have this done by for any of these employees. Now suppose if you go to the view profile over here, if you see some who is the manager of this particular employee, go to the job, go to the manager history. Jordan is the manager of this particular employee. You can proxy as Jordan, and you can similarly auto enroll an employee based on the team, and you can track the status. So this is how it will happen. Now suppose for Jordan, I will go as Jordan and is the director of inside sales. I will go to Jordan and I will go to security profile. I will go to start proxy. So Jordan is a manager of Heather Jennings. The idea to show it over here is you go to the learning. Okay, sorry, this is not the learning admin. This is Jordan. Fine. You go to the drop learning enrollments program course. Okay, this is the drop learning enrollment. If I go to enroll my team, if it is not showing up, view codes, it's not showing up because it is mainly for the security purpose. And we have, okay, we will just stop proxy. For this particular employee, only one employee is showing over here. So Maya is already enrolled for this particular course, so it does not show that. It shows that she is not eligible for the enrollment in this content. So that is fine because she has already enrolled, and then you can, there is no need to enroll the particular employee once again. So similarly, this is the course offering that we have in our sessions. We have seen how we can create and how we can particularly enroll an employee into the course offering that we have. And then when an employee is enrolled into a course offering, they will be having a task in their Workday inbox to go to that course offering, and they can complete the course, and then it will get updated and tracked in the system. So this is about the learning course offerings. Then we go to the learning programs. So we also have completed the learning programs. If you go to the tenant, if you again go to the learning admin, you will see that there is a program is over here. So if I want to see what all program I have created, I can go to the edit program task. Okay, I think this program, yeah, see, health and safety, Workday learning module training ZT. So that's why I have used this ZT suffix and learning module related details so that we know that it is created by us. It has this. So why it is reflecting this particular 3 lessons, let me just show you here. If you open this particular program, that is the learning module training ZT, you can see the topics. What are the topics? Topics are health and safety, IT solutions, and management. So whenever you open that, that's why it is showing you couple of, under these 3 topics, your particular program is showing. So we have seen this, how we can create, and we have also added the topics and the skills for the cybersecurity basics and compliance training. And we have seen how all those changes can be done in the system by creating the program, setting up the security, recommendations, and everything we have already done. You can add a content, you can add a video URL, or you can add a document or a PDF, and then you can see, the learning will be updated based on all these details. And if it requires successful completion or not, to recognize the previous completions, all these details are present over here. So this was about the learning program, which we have already completed. So you can refer to the previous course. We have normally, if you see from the learning admin, these are the more important things. Go to the learning admin, and these 4 are the most important things which we have seen how to create. So that's why we are not going through again the activity of this. You can refer to the earlier sessions and you can understand how these things work. So next also is something surprisingly the same thing. It is view and edit the learning content. You can go to the manage learning content report, and then you can see. So if you go to the learning content report, manage learning content report. So what does it does? So you can see the different courses that are present, right? Managing the learning content means it will show what are different. See, it is based on, so this is based on various filters which requires enrollment, whether it is an on-demand, how is the ability, competency, and all those details it will show us, and it will have all the details basically of that particular learning content. You can go to any particular learning content. It can be in hybrid mode, that is in person or self-directed. You can update a specific version and you can make the changes to it. So for example, if I go to Workday LMS blended, or if I go to, let me go to compliance training course over here. If I go to edit, no need to go from there. If I go to edit over here, if I go to update current version, okay, compliance training, testing, updates. If I go over here and I see that I'm able to do it, I'm able to create it. So this is nothing but the same thing that we have editing and learning content. You can add the course, skill, description, topics. You can change the effective date and you can select for which date the changes will be applicable. You can add an external content. You can add a media as well over there, and you can see the enrollments. Okay, and you can activate or inactivate any other course content that is present. You can view the lessons. You can view the program, and you can similarly drop the enrollment or drop an employee from a particular program. Now, if you see in this particular tenant over here, or in this compliance training tenant, it is showing me to drop learners. Okay. So there is a drop learners. If I go here, there is a drop enrollment reason not required by mistake, not required by update skills. If if you see, if you remember, we configured this particular drop enrollment reasons. So reasons can be many things that we have seen. We can drop it to make it more this thing compliance training. I have not enrolled for anyone. So what I can do is I have enrolled this LMS blended. And this is what does it show? It shows an edit and it shows us how to schedule. It does not show us to drop the enrollment for this. Only it can go and we can schedule it. Click on it, schedule over here, and you have all these details. You can see what all changes are there, the versions and everything, and then you can make the changes accordingly, like scheduling the course offering that we have seen. You click on submit over here. So these are the various ways how you can create a learning course. You can create a learning program. You can schedule a course offering. You can create a survey. You can drop a particular course from the learner history, and so on and so forth.